Ladies and gentlemen, we are now joined by the Director General of SEC, Dr. Imomotimi Agama. Welcome, sir. Thank you for being with us today. Let's put our hands together for him, please. If we may all be seated so that the event can commence. May we please rise for the Nigerian national anthem. Thank you for taking your seats. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that everybody is doing fantastic this morning. Thank you very much for being with us. Before we get started, allow me to run through some hotel security and health announcements. There are security doors to your right-hand side of the room. There are also fire devices. Echo Hotel is a very safe hotel which has medical clinic. The restroom is along the corridor at the back of me. And for location purposes, you are in the grand ballroom. Now that that is out of the way, allow me to welcome you warmly to the United Capital Asset Management Investment Forum 2025. Good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed regulators, respected speakers, industry leaders, investors, innovators, and friends. My name is Lele Balde, and it's truly a pleasure to welcome you to the United Capital Asset Management Investment Forum 2025. We are not just gathered here for another event, we are here for a movement. A movement to shift how Nigerians engage with investments, understand wealth, and gain access to tools that build long-term financial security. Now, this year's theme is entitled Advancing Financial Inclusion Through Investments, Bridging Nigeria's Knowledge and Wealth Gap. And I think that the theme today is as urgent as it is inspiring. Now, for the avoidance of doubt, I would like to define financial inclusion. Financial inclusion means that individuals and businesses have access to useful and affordable financial products and services that meet their needs, meaning transactions, payments, savings, credits, and investments. But these tools must be delivered in a responsible and in a sustainable way. Now, before we go on, I would love to reflect on where Nigeria stands in terms of financial inclusion. 64% of adults are formally financially included, but over 28 million Nigerians, meaning 26% of Nigerians, remain excluded. Inclusion is extremely uneven. In rural areas, we have a 37% exclusion rate, women 9% excluded, and our northern regions up to 47% exclusion. Only 6% of adults use formal credit. 78% of adults cannot raise 75,000 naira in an emergency. However, digital access is growing extremely fast. Non-bank service use has jumped to 12%. And in 2024, electronic payments hit a 1.7 quadrillion naira, showing very strong digital adoption. Now, from an investment perspective, only 1 in 5 Nigerians has ever invested in formal financial instruments, such as mutual funds, pension funds, or capital markets. And women and youth, and as well as people in rural areas, are disproportionately excluded, with women making up 60% of the financially excluded population. And yet, Nigeria boasts the largest population of young people on the continent, digitally connected, ambitious, and ready. So now that I've set the tone a little bit for the reason why we're here today, I think that this is not only a paradox, it's actually an opportunity. Because in a country bursting with entrepreneurial energy and digital innovation, access to wealth-building tools should not be a luxury, it should be a right. So today, we're bringing together the people and the ideas that can make this shift possible, from regulators to tech founders and fund managers, as well as financial influencers, all united around one mission: empowering more Nigerians to become confident and informed investors. So, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, as we gather here today for the United Capital Asset Management Investment Forum 2025, it is both an honor and privilege to recognize the presence of several esteemed speakers and individuals whose leadership, insights, and contributions continue to shape the future of finance, investment, and economic development in Nigeria. So please put your hands together for Dr. Emomotimi Agama, Director General of Securities and Exchange Commissions, SEC. Please kindly rise, sir. Your leadership is redefining the landscape of capital markets regulation in Nigeria. Thank you for being with us. Mr. Bola Odromale, the Commissioner for Operations and Compliance at SEC, who is leading with precision and purpose in the regulatory oversight. Jesse Ogbuche, the Director of Financial Inclusion and Investor Education at SEC. Thank you for being with us, sir. Mrs. Toyin F. Sani, the Founder and Executive Vice Chair of Emerging Africa Group, a trailblazer in finance, and also the Financial Inclusion Chairperson at SEC. Aivose Aigimokwede, the President of the Fund Managers of Nigeria and MD and CEO of Coronation. Mr. Peter Ashade, Group Chief Executive Officer at United Capital, a bold leader with a clear vision for Africa's financial future. Thank you for being with us, sir. Sunny Anene, yeah, you can clap. Sunny Anene, who's a Deputy Group Chief Executive Officer at United Capital. Ayodeji Adigun, Executive Director and Chief Operating Officer at United Capital. Leo Okafo, General Counsel and Group Company Secretary. Badebo Adenrele, Managing Director of United Capital Investment Banking. Bawo Oritse Jaffor, MD CEO of United Capital Securities. Dr. Odiri Ogini, MD CEO at United Capital Asset Management, our gracious host and the architect of today's impactful forum. Michael Abiodun Thomas, the MD CEO of United Capital Trustees. I think we're being a bit stingy with our claps. Let's clap properly for the people who are here. Adetola Fasui, Head of Wealth Management, United Capital. Esther Adiola Balogun, MD CEO of UC Microfinance Bank. Ejikeme Okoli, Director of Africa Operations at United Capital. Chidi Okpala, Executive Director at Heirs Holdings. Let's put our hands together. Dr. Akinbiyi Oke, CEO of Avon Medical. And then we move on to our speakers. We have Jude Chiemaka, the CEO of the Nigeria Exchange Limited, being represented by Abimbola Balalola. Mrs. Uche Uzoebo, the CEO of SANEF, who is enabling last mile financial access and connectivity. Let's put our hands together for her. Foyin Sholami Akanyeju, CEO of EFINA, advancing financial inclusion in Nigeria. Ugo Dre Obi Chukwu, the founder of Nairametrics. Oler Oladele, the founder of Money Wit Club. And last but not least, Shola Adesakin, founder of Smart Stewards Financial Advisory. And I must just say, everybody is a VIP. I just wanted to make sure that these specific people were called out. So please kindly clap for yourselves. And thank you so very much for being with us today. So as I mentioned, we're not just here for another event. We're really here for a movement, and a movement to shift the way Nigerians engage with investments, understand wealth, and access to tools to secure their financial futures. So without any further ado, to officially open today's program, it is my honor to welcome a visionary leader at the helm of one of Africa's foremost financial institutions. He brings not only ambition, but also clear and strategic vision for unlocking Africa's vast economic potential. Under his leadership, United Capital Group, who, by the way, just opened an office in Côte d'Ivoire. Can we please clap for that? Congratulations on your expansion. United Capital Group continues to redefine excellence, innovation, and impact across the continent. Please join me.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much. A very exciting morning for us at United Capital and indeed for the capital market in general. Distinguished guests, I want to welcome you most sincerely at today's occasion. How much I do, a lot of protocols, identifying every one of us here with special noted, but permit me to sincerely appreciate the Director General of Security and Exchange Commission, in person of Dr. Omomotimi Agama. We thank you for taking time out of your very, very busy schedule to attend this session. It is indeed heartwarming. And again, this underscores the importance that you place in the market that you have been in for close to 4 decades. We're happy to have you in our midst today. Thank you so much. Also, to acknowledge everyone that is here today, as we commence this, we acknowledge our press. Thank you so much for joining us and other eminent personalities here present. Today, I want to thank you for joining us on this great occasion. Your presence had a special warmth to the gathering and makes the event more memorable. Today's forum is not just the regular industry gathering. that you have always seen. It is a platform for collaboration, dialogue, and action, which you're going to see in the course of the event. We will set out, with inaugural edition last year. As you know, this is the second edition. We started last year. For us at United Capital, we are key to pioneer great things. I recall even for our stockbroking arm of the group, we had a session that we usually have. I think we have had 2 or 3 of it with the insurance community. So we will always midwife this. Expect more from the stable of United Capital, as it were. Last year, we did that. Our goal is simple as far as this dialogue is concerned. And the goal is to create the platform for meaningful engagement on the role of capital market in building wealth and driving inclusive economic growth. Clearly, building wealth, the impact of capital market to build wealth and drive inclusive economic growth. That goal still remains and resonates with us within the group, but the urgency now is even greater, and you will know why. Why is it greater? You may wonder. As of 2024, Nigerian market capitalization to GDP remains under 30%. And you may ask, whereas some developed economy exceed, when talk of Belgium, Canada, Australia, Japan, India, Czech Republic, they are far above 100%. What happened? And this is not just statistics. It is a signal. It is a signal. And we're taking it most seriously. Why? Because the capital market, though vibrant, full of potential, that's Nigerian capital market. We prime ourselves as being vibrant, full of potentials, but we are still largely underutilized. What that means, that a significant part of our economy, individual, MSME, and even entire sector remain outside the formal investment ecosystem, relying on, instead, informal and short-term financial solutions that limit long-term wealth creation. Despite attaining a financial inclusion rate of 64%, according to the data from Enhancing Financial Inclusion and Advancement, EFINA, huge work still remains yet undone, especially in Nigerian capital market. The majority of these are youth, women, rural dwellers, and communities. They are in key sectors. This is frankly not sustainable, given the pace and the rate of globalization across the world that is experiencing right now. Our nation and our economy should not be left behind. At United Capital, we are deeply committed to changing these narratives. We want to increase the market capitalization to GDP. But if you want a different result, you must do things differently. So part of the discourse and the dialogue is to see what can we do differently to give the desired result. Significant impact from the capital market. Because our mission goes beyond profit. We are driven by the belief that the capital market must play the pivotal role in Africa economic development. That is why we continue to expand. Most recently, as we've been told, we have expanded to the WAMU region, the 8 countries within the WAMU region, but we have our base in Côte d'Ivoire, to spread what we would like to call the financial gospel. But Nigeria is home. We believe that before we look outward, we must first strengthen and build upon what lies within. Within our group, we are driven by a clear and consistent mandate to enable individuals, families, institutions, and sovereigns to build, grow, manage, and transfer wealth across generations. Every business we launch today, every initiative we champion, every product that we introduce, is designed to fulfill this purpose. With our asset management business, particularly, we have worked hard to diversify our product base and offering to meet evolving needs of different investors segments, from institution and HNIs to retail and first-time investor to women and most recently, children. However, we also recognize that progress is isolation and not progress at all. So for us, the challenges before us are systemic and the opportunity are far-reaching. We cannot do it alone. That is why today's forum is both critical and timely. This conversation must be had, and we are excited to be heralding this platform and to champion it. We believe we can take the gospel of investment throughout the length and breadth of Nigeria. So today, we call on our colleagues, partners, fellow investment managers, our regulator, policymakers, fintechs, wealth advisors, broader investment and financial ecosystem, to let us come together, not as competitors, but as collaborators. Let us again align with the shared vision of inclusion, innovation, sustainable growth of the capital market. Let us build a capital market that works for everyone. Because the development of the nation, tell me any country that's developing today, I will show you the nexus between their development and their capital market. So if anything at all will happen, Nigeria substantially, Nigeria capital market must rise to the occasion. Thank you once again for joining us, both physically here and virtually. We are excited about this conversation. Come and let's continue in this dialogue together. Thank you. God bless you.
Another round of applause for Mr. Peter Ashade, the Group Chief Executive Officer at United Capital, for that wonderful welcome address and reminding us indeed why the capital markets are important and how we can achieve financial inclusion through the capital markets. Thank you, sir. I would also like to extend a very warm welcome to our online audience. Thank you very much excuse me, for following alongside us. We know that you would have liked to be here, but we're grateful that you are able to follow with us online. Don't forget to post and use the hashtag on your various social media handles. And now it is my pleasure to invite a regulator whose commitment to transparency, investor protection, and market development is helping shape the future of finance in Nigeria. Please join me in welcoming the Director General of SEC, Dr. Emomotimi Agama. Let's put our hands together for him. A resounding round of applause for the Director General of the Security Exchange Commission of Nigeria.
Thank you. Thank you very much, the Compere. It's indeed a great pleasure to be here this morning. And first, let me acknowledge the presence of very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, friends, brothers, and perhaps some enemies. Right. But all good. Yeah. Because the last time you wouldn't have an enemy is when you are dead. But now I know also that even when you are dead, you still have enemies. So it's okay. It's part of the ecosystem of living. But particularly to my old friend, Peter Ashade. I knew Peter Ashade when he was in one very terrible building. Right? If you remember him those days in UBA registrars, I used to go see him then. That's quite a while. A lot of people must have forgotten that he started from there, perhaps, to what he is today. And he has done tremendously well. Because the deputy GCEO, Anene, he's been there. Of course, my very good friend, the registrar of CIBN, where I write academic articles. He has refused to give me honorary member of CIB. But I don't like the honorary ones. I want to do the exam and pass. Well, I wondered what I will do with the certificates when I have a backload of them even at this time. But this is very, very important for me to be here this morning to join in drumming again the value of the capital market. You cannot say it enough. Capital market is life. It's living. It's breath. But if you are not initiated, you won't understand it. So it becomes something that we need to continue to share. A story we must tell. Right? A people that we must move to understanding exactly what's all about. And what is that it's all about? It's about money. Money makes the world go round. So clearly, what else can we do really without money? No matter how pious you are, you still need money. And indeed, if you want to propagate piousness, a very strong and good vehicle to do that is through money. So it becomes important that people understand exactly the basis, what I call in academics, the theoretical underpinning of the capital market. I am particularly excited about capital market. I am soaked in capital market. Everything I do and think revolves around capital market. Because that is what it should be. Sadly enough, we have a great population, 220 million and running. Yet, we have a tiny drop of this number of persons involved in the capital market. So when you speak to that, you now wonder why we won't be poor. Because we are running from money. So it speaks to the fact that we must all do something. Peter spoke about our market capitalization to GDP. Well, while some people will say it's appalling, I will say it's an opportunity. Why? Because it is between 13 and 15%. Really. Which shows that you have 85% opportunity. 85% opportunity. And you are not in it, you should be drowning in it. That is what it means. It means that each and every one of us has a responsibility to be a disciple of the capital market. And that discipleship, each time people speak to it, they say financial inclusion. I don't say financial inclusion. I want to request it to investment inclusion. Because when you say financial inclusion, there is no definition that meets exactly what we are speaking to. But when you say investment inclusion, it means every one of us should be included in investing to making financial inclusion. Not until we understand that foundational tip of moving the market forward and changing the narratives, we wouldn't get it right. We sure would not get it right. We must reach out to every place, everybody, and everywhere to make the difference. And that is so, so important. As Director General, my vision is to get out there to tell the story. Prior to this time, the SEC and indeed the leadership of the SEC were a little bit more of being conservative, as it's the natural trend for a regulator. But I say I can mix being social. I can mix coming up with you people. I can mix engagement with the market and the people and yet be firm in my regulation. I will be firm in my regulation, making sure that I and my team will give just the best to Nigerians, protecting the investor. And of course, the twin aim of market development. We will continue to do that. We will continue to do that because it is the right thing to do. Our goal is only to do the right thing and nothing much more other than the right thing, no matter whose us is God. We are going to walk by the rules. We are going to walk by the principles of efficiency and effectiveness in changing the narratives of the market. We want everyone to be assured and rest assured that as long as we remain there to lead the capital market, we will provide a fair ground for everyone to aspire and perspire. So for us at the SEC, it is a no-brainer. We have our work cut out for us. And I see faces here. I can see Ola. She's been doing a lot of work. I'm sure she doesn't know I know her. Right. Educating people about finances. Right? Odiri is wondering, so he knows her also. Because Odiri challenged me in the CMC meeting if I knew her. And I let her, enjoy the joy of not knowing her. Unfortunately, I burst the bubble by telling her name. So, it is important that as we drive this market, we drive it for a purpose. And I enjoy everyone listening to me. Let's all become the disciples. Let's all become the apostles for this market. I don't know if I have so much time. I do? Okay, because when I see the compere coming close to me, I wonder if she wants to come and pick the microphone from me. Yes. All that I just said was principally from my inner self. That's all I've said. Let me now read what I've written. Because I thought it was important to share that passion, the passion of making a great market. South Africa market capitalization is 300% to GDP. South Africa, they are just a quarter of our population. 300% to GDP. Peter said it. The opportunities and the space that we have not covered is so huge. I can imagine how many millionaires and billionaires we should be creating in Nigeria, young billionaires and trillionaires, in the space where we all know that demography is an asset for us, where over 70% of Nigerians are below 30 years of age. Below 30 years of age means below 30 years of working minds, not senility. Risk takers. These are the people we have in this country. Yet, we are not seeing them in the market. Imagine if only 20% of that group of persons decide to move into this market. Then that revolution, that movement that we are speaking to, that the MC alluded to, will long have started. And that's the movement that I'm here to encourage. That's the movement I'm here to lead. That's the movement I'm sure we all will make happen. So good morning, Excellencies, distinguished leaders, and pioneers of Nigeria's financial future. Today, we confront a paradox. As Africa's largest economy, Nigeria brims with potential. Yet, 26% of our populace is financially literate. Only 26%. And 1.4 adults globally remain unbanked, many here in our communities. Our team, Advancing Financial Inclusion, True investment is not aspirational. It is foundational to national survival. We stand at a pivotal moment. By 2030, Nigeria can either harness its demographic dividend or face deepening inequality. The knowledge wealth gap is not merely an economic challenge, it's a moral imperative. Let us reframe inclusion as active financial involvement, where access meets empowerment and capital becomes a tool for transformation. Nigeria's future landscape, the progress and persistent gaps speak to hard-won gains. Policy milestones, where Nigeria's national financial inclusion strategy, pioneered in 2012, based on former financial assets for 26 million adults between 2008 and 2016. The digital identity system like NIM and BVN now enables seamless account opening process. And as we try to move on this, we want to integrate all of that into the capital market such that investing in capital market will be just a press of a button. I am technologically savvy, I am technologically moved, and I am a technological ambassador, an apostle. And as such, we will begin to see all of that happening in the very near future. It is important to note that the NIPS instant payment platform processes billions of transactions, serving over 10 times more customers than the POS system. Its growth is driven by low-value transaction, proof of inclusion, reaching marginalized groups. This must be extended to the capital market. However, it is very clear that there is a knowledge deficit. Financial literacy rates lags at 26% behind regional peers. Rural women face compounded barriers, limited collateral, cultural biases, and financial misconceptions. Where indeed, as an example, is female small farm holder, 46% of Nigeria's agricultural workforce suffer a 15.2% financial inclusion gender gap, crippling the SDG progress. It shows what kind of malaise we have in our system, for which we all have a responsibility to deal with. However, it must also be taken that the MSMEs face a 5.7 trillion global financing gap. In Nigeria, 40% of formal SMEs lack adequate credit, stifling job creation and innovation. My visit very recently to Smedan brought up an issue which very few of us know about. That we have over 40 million small and medium-scale enterprises that cry, beg, and hunger for cash and money to change their market. Where else can they get such money other than the capital market? For the capital market is a market for long-term monies, patient capital that is required for these businesses to grow and change people's lives, not for overdrafts and, banking loans that will stifle them and cause them to be buried not long after they have taken those loans. However, there is a nexus: how knowledge fuels wealth creation. Financial literacy is the bedrock of investment efficacy. And it is important that we consider data-driven empowerment, transactional insights, spending patterns, enable personalized products, micro loans for women, climate insurance for farmers. We can also use the youths as catalysts, like going about the Global Money Week workshops, Stocktown comics, equip future investors. Students awarded equity stakes become shareholders in Nigeria's growth. It is very, very clear that there is a gender dividend. Closing the financial inclusion gender gap could lift 700,000 Nigerians from poverty. Of course, MTN Nigeria's share offering drew 150,000 new investors, for which 75% of them are women, 85% are under 40. This tells you what technology can do. Because we can see clearly that even from the bank recapitalization exercise that we just are working on, not yet concluded, the number of people that were able to access the market via that means was phenomenal, never like it was before. So financial inclusion and indeed investment inclusion is not a charity. It is strategic economics. Of course, this is important. Why we are doing this? To have a blueprint for bridging the gaps. And that blueprint will speak to 4-pillar strategy. 1, democratize financial knowledge. National literacy campaign skills. Physical, virtual training for investors and SMEs and students, like we are having now. Community-led learning. Deploy mobile platforms. Delivering content in local languages, Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo, and indeed my own dialect, Ijo. Regulatory innovation, SEC, and of course, other members of the financial system will have to mandate simplified prospectus for retail investment products. We need to work around how to get these things done easily, seamlessly. I said just yesterday in another forum that the mobile phone is the next of kin of every young Nigerian. If you go check your bio data and find out exactly who your next of kin is, you probably will have put your wife, your son, your mother. Please remove it. Because the next of kin that you have is your mobile phone. You spend more time with your mobile phones than with any other person in your life. And so, that is what you should put as your next of kin. So if we can assess your next of kin, then we can assess you. And so it's important that we use that vehicle as a way and means to reaching out to these people that we are speaking to. The other pillar will catalyze SME investment channels, blended finance vehicles, partner with the Bank of Industry and other institutions to de-risk loans for women-led SMEs. I have a passion for women. Passion because I know that if you empower a woman, you have empowered a nation. For every home that I know, without the woman, the house will be very, very poor. I can say it and I know it. I was brought up by a woman and I'm proud to be standing here tall as I am today. Not because my father was there to take care, my father was not there to take care of me, or my father refused to take care of me. Unfortunately, he left me when I was only 1 year old. So my mother didn't have a choice but to take care of me. But clearly, I know the value and the power of the woman. And so, let us utilize those power, that value. And I call on the Olas of this world and the Odiris of this world to do much more that they are doing, knowing fully well that they can speak the same language with their female folks, understanding exactly what the value of investment means. So it's important that we bring out new capital market innovations, green bonds for climate resistance agriculture, expand FGN savings bond to retail investors, and fintech solutions to leverage AI-driven credit scoring using alternative data, e.g. mobile money histories. These are things, avenues that will cause us to change the landscape and change the narrative. Of course, I speak again to gender intentional infrastructure. And the reason is very simple. Yes, I say the phone is next of kin to most persons, but it's even closer to the women. If you want to cause a woman a heartache, just remove the phone from her hand and get her off the phone for only 1 hour, and you see how she will react. And that's why it's important. But if you put good information in that phone and get them to use it to invest, you also see the result of such investment and how it will shape our economy. Digital identity integration is what we must do. We must create opportunities for the women folk because it is them that know how to use those opportunities. As regulators, we must endeavor to run on tiered KYC frameworks, allow low balance accounts with minimal documentation, sandbox environment, which we have instituted at the SEC, to test innovations like decentralized finance for rural communities, ombudsman networks that resolves disputes via mobile phones, which is critical for trust building. In all of this, there is a need for a call to action, mobilizing collective might. For us as government, we need to fund the Presidential Committee on Economic and Financial Inclusion, prioritize women and youth in the NFIS 3.0, digitize public payments, shift subsidies, pensions and salaries to digital channels. Of course, 35% of adults opened first accounts for such payments. For the private sector, design for the base, create low-free micro-investment products, 500 naira equity shares, agent banking bliss, scale through the SANA's 500,000 agent network to monetize last-mile cash conversions. Get the people to understand that no matter how much your balance is, no matter how little your balance is, there's something that your balance can buy in the capital market. For communities, we need to champion local financial inclusion ambassadors, train youth corps members as literacy coaches. That's exactly what we are doing at the SEC. The SEC has as much as 120 youth corps members with us. And in our drive to build financial inclusion, increase financial literacy, and of course also educate people around the Ponzi scheme menace, we have recruited all of them, going everywhere that we can with our t-shirts, shouting the Hosanna about the Ponzi schemes malaise. So clearly, it is important. We need to demystify investing, showcase success stories like women cooperative investors funding agro-processing hubs. I am a Lagos boy. I can fully say so. I grew up here. I did my primary and secondary school here. So my foundation was here. And I can tell you a story. Every morning, I see an old woman with a bag. What does she do? She comes around collecting a susu from the women that are trading around my house. And at the ending of the month, she brings back the money and collects her own interest. How would that be if that Isusu, the money is channeled into investment in the capital market? Imagine what the multiplier principle will be to do such. So clearly, in conclusion, Nigeria's destiny hinges on transforming financial assets into financial ownership. Let us measure beyond accounts, track usage, savings rates, insurance uptake, SME investment growth, embrace intergenerational leadership, and create opportunities for young persons. Build a legacy. By 2030, let 80% of Nigerians not just have accounts, but use them to plant farms, ensure livelihoods, and own shares in national prosperity. A river grows strong from the many streams that feed it. That is an African proverb. If there are no streams that feed the river will dry up. May the capital market never dry up. Together, we bridge the divide. One investment, one mind, one future at a time. The capital market is here to stay, and the business has just begun. Thank you.
I think we owe him another round of applause. What a riveting keynote address that was. Truly, truly engaging, insightful, and may the river of the capital markets indeed never run dry. There's a couple of things that I picked up from your keynote address, and I think earlier in his speech, he talked about having enemies in the room. Clap if you're his friend. I assure you, you have no enemies in this room. I love that you spoke about investment inclusion as a replacement or as an additive for financial inclusion. You covered, I feel like I went to class. Who else here feels like they went to a lecture or a class and learned so much? Thank you so very much again, Dr. Imomotimi Agama, Director General of SEC, for that very, very engaging keynote address. Let's put our hands together for him one last time. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Mr. Obong Idiong, who is the CEO of S Technologies. Thank you for being with us, sir. I also saw Mr. Ugo Dre, CEO of Nairametrics, walk in. Thank you so very much for being with us. And also saw Mrs. Foyin Sholami Akin Jayeyu, CEO of Ifina. Thank you so very much for being with us, ma'am. So as you can see, we're setting up for a very exciting conversation. And I would like you to please help me in warmly welcoming two gentlemen that we have already heard from, but we're going to be hearing from them in a more intimate and very specific manner. So Dr. Agama will now join Mr. Peter Ashade in a fireside conversation to explore the evolving role of regulators and capital markets in fostering inclusive investment access, or investment inclusion, as he rightly put it. Let's put our hands together for these two gentlemen as they get ready for what I promise will be a very exciting fireside chat. Let's put our hands together for them one more time.
Thank you so much. Yes, this is another segment of this program. So first, let me appreciate Doctor. Once a lecturer is always a lecturer. As you can see, the depth of the keynote address. So on behalf of the board and management of United Capital staff, we say very thank you for taking time to come. More importantly, on behalf of the entire capital market, do short time, but I can tell you quite very, very impactful. The first question that I have here is to, again, congratulate you and the leadership of SEC. Why? On the just assented to ISA 2024, it's a major milestone as far as the market is concerned. And you could see, I want to congratulate you because this has been a long-awaited bill to come to pass. And when you see, this has significantly increased the regulatory momentum within the SEC. And you see stronger enforcement, visibility efforts as it were. And when you see that and tailored towards ensuring investors' protection and transparency, and which you alluded to during your keynote speak. And we have seen some improvement in the retail segment of the market, but not as it ought to be. With this ISA that's signed, today we have total approximately 900,000 investment or investors in the CIS scheme, that's collective investment scheme. And this is the retail part of the market out of, over 140 size of the population today. So within the context of this ISA, what do you think the most critical barrier from the retail part of the market that you see that is, is affecting the market to be truly inclusive? Yes, we've spoken a lot of potentials in the capital market, but the retail part is really not growing. Yes, a lot of improvement, but not there. What do you see that are critical barriers to making the market inclusive?
Well, thank you again for having me here to speak my mind. But before I do that, I will acknowledge also my team members that are here. Mr. S.K. Abdul Salam. I deliberately brought him here because he's the head of my enforcement. He's small, but he's mighty. You know people with that stature do very wonderful things. I have one by me. So he's there. And I have Mr. Barrister Tony Loka, who is my special assistant, part of my engine room. And Ife Bello is also here, my head of external relations. And indeed, my driver, Mr. Yusuf, who is taking me all around the place. It's so important because if without him, I won't move. So just to say, the team is working. So everything that is happening is not me. It's actually the team. We need to work together to make sure that we do things that people will be proud of. We want to create an environment and a picture that will always be in front of you, no matter where you are. Even when you close your eyes, you will see it. You know you can see while closing your eyes. That's when you close you see with your heart. And that is deeper than seeing with your bare eyes. So clearly, for us, what does the ISA, portend for increase of investors? I put it back to Peter. You are not doing enough. Yes. Because if you go to Mushin, here in Nigeria, in Lagos, go to Mushin and ask them whether they know anything about CIS. What will they say? Nothing. If you go to Ajegunle, the same thing. If you go to Egbeda, the same thing. If you go to Okokomaiko, the same thing. Right? If you go to Makoko, the same thing. Name it. I'm calling the names that you know because I am a Lagos boy. Right? You go to Ajangbadi, you go to Amukoko, you go to Ajegunle, Ajerome Ifelodu, nothing. Live story. How many people are in Ikoyi? But how many people are in Ikoyi? The truth about it. Because in Ikoyi, a very big house, we have only 3-4 people. Father, mother, and 2 children. But in Ajegunle, one house, one compound, we have 17 rooms and 350 people. That's where the population is. That's where the population, those are the people that need to know. Those are the people that need to understand that their little monies can convert into value. Those are the people that we need to reach out to. But the people we reach out to are the people in Ikoyi, like Hugo said, and Victoria Island, where in the night, the whole place looks like a graveyard. But when you go to those places, they don't sleep.
24/7.
24/7. These are the people that need. We must reach out. We must create products that speaks to these people. Their needs and their wants. We must educate them. They need to understand exactly what we are talking about. We don't come here and speak English and think that's the end of the day and we start quoting statistics. No! It's far beyond that. How many times have we gone to the marketplace? Odiri, how many times have you gone to Tinubu Market? Right? For those of us that grew up in Lagos, there's a place called Quayside. Do you know Quayside? Does anybody here know Quayside? No, okay. Quayside is the back of Tinubu where those people are selling those things. That's what we used to call it those days. Those people have more money than you can ever imagine. So teach them. They are waiting to be told and to be taught. And why does CIS come to play? CIS comes to play because it has what they call risks diversification. All they want to know is that they are not going to lose their money. That's all they just want, that confidence. And what vehicle other than the CIS product does that for them? For us at the SEC and the ISA is to provide for stronger enforcement. And that is why in the new ISA, there are sanctions and penalties for Ponzi schemes. Let me give you statistics. MBA Forex, I'm sure you people are aware of that, ran a Ponzi scheme. And that Ponzi scheme was able to mop up 190 billion from those people that got to in about 18 months from 88,000 investors. Everybody wanting to put more. What are we doing, Peter? But the ISA, as it is today, is one of the best documents that you can find because of its richness and the power that has entrusted to the SEC to deal with situations that never was before. So, without much more, because I know you have more questions, but importantly, education, reaching out, and I'm happy Ubong is here. He has technology. He has to do something to get it across to people. With the press of a button, an investment can be made. With the press of a button, you can get your money back. With the press of a button, information, you can get information. Financial literacy, teaching you. Somebody ready to answer your questions. Where are the boats? Ubong, create a boat. A BOT, you know what I mean? Where you can ask questions and answers will come immediately. And the person will be refreshed. Not waiting for a call. The number you are calling is not available. This is what we need to do. We need to reach out to these people, to their hearts. They are waiting. They can't find you. So who do they find? People who are running Ponzi schemes. And those people take their hearts away. In one of our last meetings, when we went to the Wuse market in Abuja, I was there. They had collected 1 billion naira from poor traders, providing schemes that are completely false to these people. And that is the one we saw. What about the one we have not seen? And in our last CMC meeting, to close up this question, I asked capital market operators, the SEC cannot do it alone. We need your cooperation. We want you to own states or local governments to say, this local government, I will take the responsibility of educating them and including them in investment, thereby having an investment inclusion, not only a financial inclusion.
Thank you very much. I think you deserve a round of applause. Thank you so much. Well, I know SEC is doing so much, and just like you said, there must be a nexus between the market and the regulator, especially the players. We must equally participate in this process. That takes me to the second question. Yes, we have always been saying there's huge potential in the capital market. Everybody alluded to that. But earlier in my opening remarks, I highlighted, and you spoke about it too, that the market capitalization to GDP is between 13 and 15, which creates 85% opportunity as far as this market is concerned. What are those structural changes that can come into play, both from the players, regulatory, that we can intentionally now be targeting the 85% opportunities to, grow the direction. At least, even if you are not there overnight, let 15% get to 20, and 20 will get to 25. And collectively, we can judge what are those structural changes, that the stakeholder actions that are necessary for us to quickly, as a matter of urgency, will start putting in place.
Yeah, so structural improvements. One, we have done that. The ISA is been signed into law by Mr. President, and that was fantastic. It spent not up to a week on the table of Mr. President before he signed it, because he understands. I said he is the greatest capital market advocate. For those that do not know, the bonds that were issued in Lagos State came from his regime. And that's why Lagos State is what it is today, as governor of Lagos State. So that was signed into law, giving us power to do what we need to do. Creating structures It's important. Let there be an understanding. And that speaks to investor education. You can't have enough of it. We must create opportunities for these discussions to happen wherever we go. It must be one of the things that we must do, even as capital market operators. For every major conference activity, be it a conference on fisheries, be it a conference on mountains, be it let there be a capital market operator there giving something, telling them something about investment, about the capital market. Then catch them young. Let's go to schools. Let's speak to these children. Let's plant the seed. Let's go to markets. Let's provide opportunity. Education. Let us have billboards, roving billboards. Because the vehicles that pass, people look at them. So once you are reading the vehicle, the things on the vehicle, it will stick to your mind. So when somebody comes to speak to you about it, oh, I've seen it before, you are able to listen. Let's soak these people in knowledge. So when you talk about structure, it's first about education, financial literacy, reaching out to the people, getting to meet them. Some of us, I'm sure, have not been to Ajegule. All these people that are wearing suits in this place. Right? And you don't want to go. Go to those places. Find them. A body will continue to be in a state of rest unless an external force acts on it. That's the first law of physics. First law of motion. So it's important that that effort must happen. And if we do not do that, we are going nowhere. So when people talk about structure, what we need to put in place, and all that is big grammar. What you need to put in place is put the words in their mind. And let them see the value. Let them understand what it is. And let us showcase small things. While celebrating those small successes, we're able to achieve the big ones. And I think that will be what we need to do. But from the side of the regulator, we are standing ready to make sure that no investor is shortchanged. We will protect every investor. Because for us, we don't have a small investor. An investor is an investor.
Thank you so much. Thanks so much, Doctor. So the discourse is becoming more interesting. We do not expect anything less from you, and that is why putting these conversation together, we have, hope and, pray that you attend, because for now, as far as the market is concerned, you are the face of the market. A lot is happening. The newly enacted, the ISA signed to law, definitely will create trust and confidence in the capital market. From where you stand, which area within the Act can you say that we need to drive efficiently to catalyze the impactful nature and the potential that we see in the capital market?
Okay, so the major challenge for us, especially for emerging markets economies, is the issues of people getting away with wrongdoing. And so that depresses people's mind. And people don't like, they won't want to associate with the market on that note. But the ISA, like I said, has clearly made provisions for enforcement actions. Sanctions, 20 years and 10 years and 20 million naira, right, as initial fine, But of course, those will be improved. So we need to get people to understand that every misdemeanor, every wrongdoing has a sanction in the market. And we are going to implement it. We are going to make sure that anyone that defrauds an investor is going to pay for it. So people need to start to have a rethink about what they want to do. You cannot harm an investor in this market, and we are there. We will take you to the canvas. So that for us is clear and important, and we need to share that message across. But beyond all of that, again, is still the issue of education. Financial literacy, investment literacy, competitions, opportunities, and also sharing with them what the opportunities are. Because a lot of times, a major challenge this market had is because people refuse or, they just don't want to learn. Origination is a challenge. So you cannot be eating ogbono soup or okra or ewedu all your life. You must have variety. And those varieties are created by people. They are created by me and you. The capital market is about solutions to financial malaise. That's what the capital market is. Solutions to what? Financial malaise, financial troubles. That's what the capital market is. If you do not have the correct prescription, are you going to save or cure the financial malaise? You won't. Every opportunity that we speak to, from product creation to commodities, they are all available. How are we dealing with it? How are we getting the people to know that, okay, this is what is good for you? Do the investment advisors even understand it? That's the point. Do they understand what investment horizon is? Whether it's speculative, whether it's precautionary, whether it's transactionary. Do they understand the age bracket for you to fix this in order to encourage people to invest? They are what we call hot investments. Hot investments are meant for young people. And they are what we call the cool investments. Cool investments are meant for old people. Because for a young man, it's okay taking risk. He doesn't care. But for an old man, he wants his money back. So, his investment must be the cool passive investment. While for the young man, he wants, and that is why we are number 2 in the adoption of cryptocurrency in the world. Right in my estate, one morning, as I strolled out, I saw a young man without shirt, but with a computer, an internet dong, and was trading crypto. This is where we are. And the use of technology. As capital market operators, we must upgrade. A lot of us are still living in 1925. We don't want to retire when we are old. We must give way to the young faces, the young people here. Give them opportunity, and you see exactly what will come out of it. The Tony Elumelu Foundation must carve a sector, an area for capital market academic progress to change lives. Because those people will be the people that will be advising the entrepreneurs being created from the other side. So take this message to TOE. And when I see him, I will tell him, we must do things.
Because even when you look at it,
yes,
the entrepreneur that has been created,
yes,
at the point in time, they will need funding.
That is the point I'm making.
And now we have millions of them, and we have the market. There must be nexus bringing them together.
So TOE is supposed to pay me for this advice. Right? So we begin to change the narrative. It is, look, getting this market to move is a deliberate, intentional action. It's not an armchair business. If you are not ready to be part of us, please excuse us. There are other things you can do. But if you want to be part of us, and you want to be part of the change, and you want to be smiling every day, you know when you have enough money, you will be sleeping and you'll be smiling. And you will never grow old. So it's important that we do this for our people, for our children, and for the world at large.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, DG. Thank you so much. So the next question, which you highlighted, one of the trust of your administration, and you have spoken about it at different point in time, is regulation of digital assets. Digital assets. You just talked about and other emerging asset classes, and you are so clear about it. Going back SEC in some couple of years, it was like, no, we don't want to touch this area. But where is the audacity, with which you see this area and you even spoken about it, that this area, before it was like, they wanted to, we will touch it. We will do something, we will regulate them and all those things. So for us, what role does SEC plays in ensuring, because within the sphere of technology too, there are lapses that people could capitalize on. And you have some investors today, the reason why they will, if I even talk to them about capital markets, say, the money I lost in 2008, I don't want to experience it at all again. Some sold all their assets and put money when the market was blowing, and all of a sudden it went. And you know what these digital assets and other emerging assets could create in terms of bubble as well. So what will SEC do differently to ensure it creates the required confidence for people to really, play in this sector?
Thank you. So let me use an analogy. If you have a child, and each time you see the child, the only thing you do is to beat the child, what will the child do? He will run away.
He will even hate you.
He hates you, will run away, will not be available for you to even see the bad things he is doing. But when your child is someone you have a relationship with, you can talk to, and can talk to you, he's free to tell you, Daddy, this is what I'm doing. Then you have the eyes to be able to advise him if what he's doing is right or wrong. Embracing digital assets, cryptocurrency, is a no-brainer for people like me. Because I understand it. It comes again to knowledge and understanding. Do people understand it? Or you just, out of nowhere, just give it a bad name? Because you are not, it's laziness of the mind. Most of these people are lazy to learn. And that is why they are seeing it the way they are seeing it. If I give a lecture on cryptocurrency now, you'll be shocked. Cryptocurrency didn't start today. It started from Karl Marx. But the most popular was Schumpeter, Joseph Schumpeter, in 1950, when he spoke about creative destruction. Then it transcended into Friedrich von Hayek in 1975, that spoke about freedom money. That's what it is. It is an intention to change monopoly. Sovereign currencies are monopolists. We are saying handing power to the people in transactions. That's what cryptocurrency is talking about. If you know, you know. If you don't know, you don't know. So the fact is, read, and your mind will be opened. I started speaking about cryptocurrency as far back as 2017. At 2020, I was convinced that there's nothing you can do about it. And I mentioned in one of my interviews and lecture, I said cryptocurrency is like air. You cannot hold it, you cannot stop it. But that is not to say there is no risk. But the question is there a risk in traditional finance? There is. What do you do with risk? You mitigate the risk. You don't cover it on the ground thinking that one day it will go away. That is wishful thinking. And that is where we have grown up to. Today the cryptocurrency is over 100,000. Where people, I saw it. I started getting interested in it when it was just 6,000. Now for Bitcoin. So it is important that people understand, they learn. We at the SEC, we are happy to educate people. We are going to be running a program with the Cambridge Center for Alternative Finance of the Cambridge University under the auspices of the SEC and the Nigerian Capital Market Institute to teach people. We are passionate about teaching people that different asset classes that are there for you, for me. Let me ask a simple question. If we create an ETF, right, on maize, won't people buy it? If you create an ETF on gold, won't people buy it? If you create an ETF on lithium, won't people buy it? Excuse me? In fact, it is painful that we are refusing to read and understand, because these are the opportunities we speak to. What you must understand something, and I guess also it's part of reading. People do not understand that there's a concept called behavioral economics. In behavioral economics, you look at the attitude of the people and weave it around investments. Then create products that satisfies that yearning.
Correct.
And you are changing the landscape. If only you understand. People must be ready to understand, to drive this market. And that is why I said there are 85% opportunities. Your old mother that is in the village, you take the, a stock to go and say buy stock, he will be looking at you. But if you tell her that this stock is premised on gari, amala, or elubo, she will buy it. Because she has confidence that she knows what is underneath that's giving the value to what you are giving. You must think out of the box. You cannot copy hook, line, and sinker. In every state in Nigeria, the 36 states, you have at least 2 commercially viable commodities, both hard and soft. What are we doing with it? We are all looking at it as picture. Right? Right very close to your village in Ondo State, you have bitumen. One of the largest deposits of bitumen in the world. Nigeria is one of the largest producers of gas in the world. What are you doing with it? We are all looking at it. They are flaring it at the back of my father's house since 1959. All we just need is just to cap it and we sell it. And it's so real. Here we are. That they sell oxygen in bottles, don't they? Oxygen is sold in bottles. What are we doing with what we have? There's work to be done. And I encourage everyone to join us to do that work.
Thank you so much, Deji. Thank you. Thank you. In fact, some of the questions that I have here, in your responses, you have even taken those. So I will not belabor, going through this question. But one thing that is clear in what you have said from the beginning of this discourse has been that we just need to have a paradigm shift in our approach, have an open mind, the way we see things, and be flexible for transformation, because definitely there's a transformation agenda that's been implemented. So finally, you just have a parting words for the market and the investors.
Well, the parting word is that we are ready to run. If you want to join us, we have enough space. But if you don't want to join us, we won't wait for you. Knowing fully well that a new sheriff is in town.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for the DG.
Let's put our hands together for the group CEO and the new sheriff in town. So we will now do an official photo session before we go on to... Okay, great. So we will
have
take...
some people online.
Pardon?
So we are
Yes.
here and online. So
All right,
let's
great.
have a seat. Let's have a seat. We just have like 10 minutes more to quickly take this.
Apologies. Please kindly take your seats. I think because of this riveting fireside chat, we owe some questions. So we will take one from the online audience and one from the physical audience. So if you please could kindly put your hand up, and an usher will bring a mic to you. If anybody has questions, please put up your hand. We have one okay, right here. So I'll just come to you. Please kindly introduce yourself. Tell us who your question is for, and we look forward to hearing from you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ibe. My question is for Dr. Agama and Mr. Peter Shade, but I think, in fact, it's for everybody who is here today. Thank you very much for the free advisory and lesson in product development, Dr. Agama. I think that was very good. I think I'd like to speak very, very quickly to some of the initiatives you spoke about in terms of education and financial literacy. All right. And maybe just share one or two experiences from my own background. So on the one hand, all right, we have United Capital here today. I'm sure, you know, maybe when you're sitting with your board and you're saying you want to, you know, spend some money doing some initiative in the market, the question that is going to come is, where is the revenue coming from this initiative, on the one hand. On the other hand, you have the SEC, who's also very much, you know, invested in this process as well, who's also sort of trying to, you know, encourage the market. But it seems to my mind that there is a gap somewhere, all right? We have the capital market operators on the one hand, and then we have the regulators on the one hand. Sort of, you know, you know that this is important to do for the market, but you're sort of hamstrung, as it were. How do we address that problem? How do we solve? Because there are many of these sort of gaps in the market, across the entire market. The market is very segregated, all right? If I was going to buy shares, I open an account with a stockbroker. If I wanted to buy bonds, I would have to open an account with a bank, you know, or a fund manager. It's kind of segregated, and I see all these gaps there. How do we sort of address some of these questions? What sort of initiatives, I think this would be to you, Dr. Agama, does the SEC put in place beyond, like you said, just having these conversations of, you know, and saying all of these things? What are sort of some of the practical things that can be done to sort of move the needle in that regard?
Okay, thank you for that question. Very important. For us at the SEC, it's all about, you know, changing the narrative, moving the needle. That is what we are doing. And getting people to understand that the way it was done before had not given us anything good. So we need to move out of that way to getting things done. Example, the ISA has just been signed and we have unveiled it to the public. But I'm very sure not up to 10% of the people in this room had downloaded the ISA from our website to read. I'm very, very sure about that. They just heard about it, then clapped, and that is it, even though they're in the market. So really, they don't even know the content of the ISA. That is an instrument, a fundamental instrument for them to do their work. So what did we do? We have now engaged a developer to produce the ISA Audible. So the ISA is going to be audible. You understand that? You can just on it and be listening to it, even while eating your pounded yam. These are the kind of change. We are also going to launch in our next CMC meeting a USSD verification number for capital market operators. So you want to know whether a capital market operator exists, all you need to do is do *00001 star dot, and you get it. Where am I driving to? We are digital. We are transformative. All of this can be put together, you know, through technology, reaching out to everybody. the various gateways can come under one umbrella for which you can do investments. You don't need to go to anybody. You just do that through your phone. So all of these barriers will be brought down through technology. And we are in for it, making sure that everybody understands it. So it is, for me, a call to duty to change the way things are done to get good results. If I make a change and it's not producing the result I want, I will change it again until I get to that result that I want. And I ask all of you here, please, for those that have children, go and open a mutual fund account for each of your child. For those that are yet to have, you can actually hopefully put one for a child that is unborn. By so doing, you are increasing the number of participants in the market. No less person than the President of the United States recently said that for every child, an American child that is born, there's going to be a $1,000 investment. Who heard about it? Great. That's what's happening. In the year 2025, in the US, that don't even need it as much as we need it. So tell yourself, reduce the amount of time you spend on your phone talking. Send text messages, and the balance, say use it for investment. I guess that will answer your question. Right.
Okay. Good morning, DG. Thank you very much for that awesome session. Thank you, Mr. Peter. I have quite a number of concerns that I will be glad if the SEC can address. So as regards the Ponzi scheme, I've come to realize that most people that fall victim of these Ponzi schemes do not understand the thing that they need to check out before they invest their money. That's one of the reasons why they fall victim. Another thing again is that we've had celebrities come out to influence some of these Ponzi schemes only for them to crash. So what exactly is the SEC putting in place for those that are promoting the Ponzi scheme, number one? And is there a way the SEC can also try to engage influencers? Because people follow those that they listen to. So can the SEC try to engage these personal finance influencers to help educate the investing public on the things that they need to look out for before falling victim? Because 190 billion that we lost to Ponzi scheme, if it came to the capital market, we would have a lot of solid investment like that. So that's one of my questions. And nothing again I want to ask the SEC is this. As regards the informal sector part of the economy, not everybody understand the big grammars that are in the ISA Act. Is there a way the SEC can help us break down these big grammars for those that are in the informal sector to be able to relate? Because everybody feels like when you go to the SEC website, you see this. Some people do not even understand how to click the website of the SEC. So is there a way SEC is trying to target the informal sector by educating them on things that they need to look out for? That's my second question. Thank you very much once again, sir.
Okay. But stand up. Leave her with the microphone. Do you belong to the capital market?
Yes, I do.
Which firm do you work for?
I work with Imagine Africa Capital Advisory.
Imagine, okay, Tony Sani.
Yes.
Correct. All right. So let me ask you a simple question. Have you downloaded the ISA?
Yes.
Have you read it?
I'm still reading it. There is a lot of information in the ISA.
Is it 5 years that you want to read it? Eh?
There are a lot
because I'm saying the practical ISA was released 25th of March. We are in June ending. She's still reading it. Right? She has not also read about the summaries. If she has not read everything, there are various summaries of the ISA on the internet. She has not read it.
I've read the summaries.
You have read the summaries?
Yes, but okay. I'm just trying to...
You know why I'm asking you? Auntie, wait. Why I'm asking you is very simple. Part of the ISA, the new ISA, we have sanctions for influencers and bloggers that influence people to take wrong investment decisions. We have thought about it. It's in the ISA. So I'm going to ask Tony Insani to send you for a course, which you and her will pay under my auspices. So I'm going to call her immediately after this session so that you will do that. Thank you. But, okay, the other question is, how can we break down this simple grammar? Are you a sponsored individual?
To this conference.
No, are you a sponsored individual under emerging
I'm
market?
not a sponsored.
You are not yet a sponsored individual. I'm also going to advise to Insani to make you a sponsored individual. Right? So that when you come and take our lectures, pass through our interview, you will now be eligible to breaking down those things that you have learned to the small grammar for the people you are talking about. While doing that also, we have also, as we are very mindful, we have skits, drama skits on our website. Right? We translate the BB grammar into different languages. And these are the things we have been doing. But we cannot do it alone. That's why we require people like you who are hot for the market to do this with us. It's in a corporation, now make rice full pot. If we don't cooperate, the rice no go full pot.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. I like that you brought it back to the person who asked the question and you personalized your answer. So we have one more question, and it's from Lesi Tanadeba from online. So thank you so very much to our online audience. The question is, what key reforms or provisions should stakeholders, particularly MSMEs, fintech innovators, and investors be most aware of? And how does the Commission intend to ensure effective implementation?
So, speaking to effective implementation, we have a national implementation committee. One thing that will not lose sight of for this new ISA is that every letter in that word, in that document, will be implemented. So we are also romancing the ISA with the Capital Market Master Plan to be sure that every item in the ISA is taken up on the Capital Market Master Plan to enable full implementation. That's something we are deliberate about. We are going to do it, and not just do it. We're going to bring it out to the public, for the public to hold us at the SEC accountable for every milestone within, the Capital Market Master Plan. Making sure that we do not lose track of the things that are in the ISA to bring the value that we know are in the ISA to the people, to the market, and to the nation.
Thank you. Let's put our hands together for this wonderful fireside chat. And thank you to everybody who took the time to ask a question, both physically and online. So we will move forward to the photo session. So we will start with the Director General and the Group CEO of United Capital Group. Could I please ask the Deputy Group CEO of United Capital Group to join them, please? Could I please ask the Executive Director and COO of United Capital to please join them? Don't forget to smile. I'm not seeing any smiles. Could I kindly ask the representative of CIS to join them on the stage, please? as well as the Registrar of the CIBN. Please kindly join them on the stage. May I ask other United Capital executives to make their way to the stage and join the group photograph. It's a full stage. Make your way here, yes. I'd also like to ask SEC representatives to please kindly join this photograph. So all the SEC representatives, please make your way to the stage to finalize this photograph. It's truly great to see regulators, private sector, all together on one stage. I'd also like to ask NGX, any members of NGX, to please kindly make their way to the stage. It's a really, really packed picture, but we love it. Smiles, please. Everybody else, please kindly make your way off the stage, but I'd like to ask the DG, the group CEO, and the SEC DG to please kindly stay on the stage. Thank you all for joining us for that photograph. Next up, we have some very exciting presentations. One from Efina. And also we have our very own Dr. Odiri Ogini, who will be giving us a presentation as well. Dr. Odiri Ogini is the Managing Director and CEO of United Capital Asset Management. She is a CFA chart holder with over 19 years of experience, and she is our host for today. So very excited to hear from two amazing powerhouse women coming up next. And then this will follow by a panel session. One more picture. Let's put our hands together. Thank you so very much. Very excited for what is to come. We have a presentation by Efina. We also have a presentation by Dr. Ogini and a very power-packed panel session. So please ensure to stay with us next. All right. So I think we can clap one more time for that wonderful fireside chat. I personally learned so much, and I can tell why the DG was appointed in this position. He clearly knows exactly what he's doing and is very passionate about this work. So coming right up, to share on more on United Capital Management's journey, mission, and the practical investment tools available to Nigerians. Today, please welcome the Managing Director and CEO of United Capital Asset Management, Dr. Odiri Ogini. Let's put our hands together for her. She has 19 years of experience. She's held roles across investment management, strategy, and finance, including as the Group CFO of United Capital PLC. She's passionate about using finance as a tool for inclusion, especially for women. And she is our esteemed host for today. So please join me in welcoming her warmly with a round of applause. Over to you.
Good morning, everyone. I don't like the energy in the room more. Good morning, everyone. After that powerful session with the DG, I'm sure we're all excited. Mr. DG, I'm one of your disciples. And I'm sure that by the end of today, we'll have more disciples and apostles of the capital markets. Do we all agree? So thank you, sir, for that amazing session that you had, both the fireside chat and the welcome remark and your keynote speech. So good morning and welcome you all to the second edition of the United Capital Asset Management Investment Forum. Our esteemed panelists here present, the guests, industry colleagues, thank you very much for joining us. My job here is very simple. I'm like John the Baptist, to prepare the way for the panel session, where we are going to dig deeper into a lot of the things that have been said today. You know, while the DG was speaking, I was thinking, he has said everything in my slide. While I was still thinking that, I got 2 messages from my colleagues here who prepared that slide and said, Odiri, the DG has said every single thing in your slide, and I said, it is the spirit that is moving. So today I will be very brief and punchy, straight to the point, because the goal of today's session, like the DG has reiterated, is how does the capital market get involved in driving financial inclusion. And in my presentation, we will share that the story of the financial inclusion, and thank God we have Madam here from EFINA, you know, and she will reiterate the work that EFINA has done in capturing the story of financial inclusion. But more importantly, there is a gap between that story and what is obtainable in the capital market. I like the word that the DG used, investment inclusion. So we need to go beyond financial inclusion to more investment inclusion, and to a large extent, that is the focus of today's session. All right, we've said a lot about financial inclusion. It is not a buzzword. It is not a feel-good agenda. It is something that has come to stay, you know, and based on the research that we've seen, a lot has been done, and significant progress has been made. As of today, about 64% of Nigerian adults are financially inclusive, and which is a good story. 64% is more than 50% now. What do we expect? You know, but basically what we see is that there is still a gap, and there is room for improvement, and there is a lot of opportunities that are not being captured, particularly when it comes to capital market activities. Even though we've achieved 64%, about 26% of Nigerians are financially excluded or underserved. The question is, what are we doing to capture those who are excluded? When you look at that relative to the capital market, you see that only about 3% of Nigerians invest in the capital market. And like the DG has said, capital market is life. It's money. It's the key. So the truth is, we may not be able to capture everybody if we continue to exclude activities from the capital market. And a lot has been said also around the informal economy, you know, and the potential that is there, that is also yet to be captured. So according to a report by EFINA, significant progress has been made in expanding access to payments, basic savings through the digital financial innovations and agent network. You know, and I think the key thing that we see is that while a lot has been achieved when it comes to financial inclusion, driven by the financial services agent, if you look at that chart, you can see that financial services agent has grown from about 4% to about 54%. within the space of 2018 and 2023. But when it comes to activities such as in the pension space, capital market activities mostly, insurance, and then capital market at the last, you can see that there is a significant gap. And this is what we call the inclusion investment gap. And the DG called it investment inclusion. So basically what this means is that many people have bank accounts. They can do a lot with that. They can make transfers, they can make payments, they can do informal savings, but this does not translate to wealth creation. This does not translate to investment in capital market. And so at the end of the day, you might have the tools for basic financial services, but there is no wealth creation in the process. There is no long-term investment in the process. And this also shows that this story has been the same for a long period of time. If you can see that from 2010, even up to 2023, you can see the growth along the payment sector, 22% in 2010, now we're at 52%. Savings has also improved, 24%, and this savings here, informal savings, savings that excludes long-term investment in the capital market, has also improved from 24% to about 38%. But areas such as credit, insurance, and pension, you can see that they are all below 10%. And so basically what we are saying here today is that we need inclusion to go beyond access. We need inclusion to go beyond having the basic financial tools to make transfers, to make payment. We need inclusion to now begin to capture activities in the capital market that will, to a large extent, grow wealth for the average Nigerians. We also talk extensively about the informal market. I will not dwell too much, but you can see that the statistics are not exciting. They are not looking so great. The size of the market is significant, but the activities that actually create wealth for this group of people, is still far behind. And the question we are asking ourselves is, how do we ensure that we can pull at least a significant portion of this informal market to become more active in the capital market? The DG was calling names of areas that I'm sure most of us have not heard of. I grew up in Shibiri. Shibiri, before you get to Shibiri, you pass Ajangbadi. Yes, and before you get to Ajangbadi, you pass Okoko. So yes, there is a lot of human beings. There's a lot of heads there. When I was starting out my investment journey, some of the places I used to buy real estate, Egbeda, Ijegun, the properties there are cheap. And the reason why I was targeting those areas, they say real estate is location, is because of the number of heads there. In one of the properties I remember in 2010, I bought for about 3 million naira. I was able to build almost about 12 flats in that place. One room, over there is one room. And even that one room is like 5 people staying there. Yes. So there is a lot of opportunities beyond the areas that we are used to. And if I ask a number of my colleagues in the capital market, we all have offices in VI, Ikoyi, the big places. But do we have touch points in those areas that can draw these people into the capital market? So we look at extensively at the informal market, and we see also that there is a gap and there is significant opportunities to be explored. Now, what is the cost of not doing anything? It is the cost of ignorance. According to a SEC report, between 2020 and 2023, Nigerians lost over 300 billion. But that this figure is small with regards to what happened this year. Where for CBEX, we have almost over 1 trillion naira that has been lost to Ponzi scheme. And so the cost of doing nothing is the fact that ignorance will continue to grow. And while people are struggling, there's no money in the economy, but yet they are deploying capital or deploying the little that they have, to areas that, to a large extent, will not support their growth at the end of the day. So this is one of the reasons why it's important for us to have this conversation. It is not enough for us to sit down in our own offices or cocoon and, push out these things. By the time we begin to have these conversations as a collective body, as an industry, we can help to tackle this menace. Now, looking at the potential within the mutual funds industry or the capital market, basically, we can see a story of growth. The mutual funds industry NAV has grown from about 73.8 billion in 2011 to almost about 4 trillion over a space of about 13 years. It's a story of growth. And sometimes this story tends to confuse us, to say, oh, we are growing, a lot is happening. You look at the number of registered collective investment schemes, we've grown from 44 in 2011 to about 168. I was telling somebody recently, for an industry in Nigeria, for a population of over 200 million, we have just 168 collective investment schemes. BlackRock alone has more than 1,000 collective investment schemes. And we know what the population of the US is. So what does that tell you? That yes, there is a story of growth. We are growing, but we should not allow this growth to limit us from seeing what the potential is, and what the opportunities for improvement is. We can also see that, when it comes to the number of CIS unit holders, number of actual human beings that have an account or a mutual fund account is less than 1 million account holders or unit holders. 1 million unit holders against a population of over 200 million, against a population of over 50 people that have bank accounts. It's a story of growth, but it's also a story that tells you that there is a lot of work that needs to be done, and that investing to a large extent is still not yet inclusive. So basically what the conversation today is really about is, like I said, I'm John the Baptist, to prepare the way for the panel session where we are going to dive deeper into how do we address this gap. We see the challenges, we know. How do we address it? What tools do we need? What partnership do we need? What structure do we need to create? Now, I just want to show us that it's possible to have inclusion that also includes the capital markets penetration. So there are countries with high financial inclusion, they have a high level of trust, but they also have a high capital market participation. So it's not a case of, oh, but we are doing well when it comes to financial inclusion. How can that financial inclusion also translate to capital market participation? And so we've gotten data from some of the mature markets, US, Germany, Australia, France, Canada, and also looking at emerging markets. So you can see that for most developed countries, they have a high bank account ownership, but they also have a high mutual fund penetration. So it's possible for us in Nigeria to also get to that level where, it's not just financial inclusion from a bank account perspective. It's not just financial inclusion from having access to the basic financial tools. The DG talked about financial assets has to equal financial ownership. And that's the question today. How do we make this financial assets also equal financial ownership? So it's a question that we'll be discussing in details. But first of all, let's look at what are the challenges. Some of the challenges we've talked about: investor education, people not having understanding of basic financial concept, no understanding of risk, return, no understanding of how to make investment decisions. Somebody says some people don't even know the difference between mutual fund and Ponzi scheme. So they are comfortable with savings. That is a plain vanilla. This is what I know. And that's why even in Nigeria, you see a lot of the time, even the fixed deposit balances are more significant than mutual fund balances, simply because people don't understand the basic concept of investing, and that wealth cannot grow when you have just a fixed return at the end of the day. And then we look at the fear of losses and scams, and this is critical. A lot of people have lost money, whether it's in the capital market, whether it's in regulated products, whether it's in unregulated product. A lot of people have lost money. And so that fear of, I don't want to lose my hard-earned money, is also what holds people back from investing in the capital market. A lot of people have been scammed, from investment fraud, Ponzi scheme, unregulated platform, places where they trusted, that these people are going to manage my money well, and at the end of the day, they got themselves burnt. We also have a lack of trust in financial institutions, and so this is spinning off from the investment fraud and the fact that people have gotten themselves burnt. So it is easier to leave your money in the savings account in the bank. Most people today trust banks more than they trust the capital market, to help them manage their funds. So these are issues that we need to address. These are issues that we need to find solution to if we want to bridge that gap between inclusion and investment in the capital market. And so basically, how do we address the gap? Financial inclusion is critical. How do we equip people with the understanding of risk return, diversification, and long-term planning? For us as, I'm also in the market, so I'm part of the market, capital market player. A lot of time when we go to present, you have a knowledge sharing session or investment session, and you see a lot of the time our presentation is focused around our products. These mutual funds, and we give all the features and all the nice things about the mutual funds. But what people really need is understanding of finance, understanding of risk, understanding of investment, understanding of return, of diversification. And so what this means that for us, even as capital market operators, we need to go beyond product presentation, to giving people actual information that will help them to manage their financing, and also designing inclusive product, micro investing. Today we pride ourselves that our mutual funds, is for, you can start with 10,000 naira. But 10,000 naira might look small. But there are some people that can't afford 10,000 naira. So how do we go beyond, to the level of micro investing, where people can, with as little as 100 naira, 200 naira or less, even if possible, maybe 15 naira self, to start investing in the capital market. And then at the end of the day, it's critical for us to be able to rebuild trust, for people who have gotten themselves born, for people who have issues. And to rebuild trust is important for us to have a strong investor protection mechanism. And this goes beyond the regulator. It's every one of us. It's all hands on deck to ensure that we build a strong protection system that can help build trust in the market. In the capital market, they say your word is your bond. So when you give your word, people expect that you keep to it. So if we continue to do that over time, we'll get to that point where we're able to rebuild trust in people and also in the system. And part of that also involves regulating platforms. There are a lot of platforms today, they are doing well, but because they are not regulated, it becomes a problem. If anything happens tomorrow, people, they say it's one egg that spoils the entire crate of egg. So if somebody with good intention at the end of the day makes a mistake or somehow, intentionally or unintentionally, it affects the entire system. It affects the entire capital market. And then make investment affordable and transparent, which is also very key. What I want to emphasize here, which is basically bridging the gap between assets and investment or inclusive investing, is really reaching the last mile. We've talked about areas where there is still a gap that investment penetration has not reached. And it's partnership and collaboration with institutions that have those structures that can conveniently help us to get there. Now, I just want to share a case study from India, their systematic investment plan. And this is one way they've been able to drive retail investing. In India today, when you talk about systematic investment plan, most people just, they attribute it solely to mutual fund investing. And that is because this is an investment methodology or an investment structure that has been used in the mutual funds industry to drive growth. And the key thing about what the systematic investment plan has done for the industry is basically taking money away from, making people move from just saving in their bank account, from bank saving, to actually playing actively in the capital market. And what does the systematic investment plan do? Is basically a simple, flexible way for people to invest a fixed amount of money, but in a regular way. So you do that maybe on a monthly basis or a weekly basis, but you are consistent in that small amount of investing. And if you look at our market today, we have what we call standing order. And I know a lot of clients still do standing order. But what makes this completely different is that this is institutionalized. It's not just it is what is preached. It is what people are taught. It's what people are trained with to say, this is one way you can avoid timing the market. This is one way you can grow your wealth, with just investing a simple and small amount of money on a consistent basis. This concept was introduced in India in 1993, in the mutual funds industry. And like I said, it has become synonymous with mutual fund investment. So in India today, if you say systematic investment plan, people will just feel that you're talking about mutual funds. So over the years, due to investor education and awareness, the adoption of mutual fund investment through SIP has grown significantly, and it has significantly made the mutual fund industry in India to grow to almost about 550 billion over that period of time. So this is just showing basically in the last 10 years how on an annual basis, the growth in systematic investment plan contributing a significant portion, almost about 29 trillion, sorry, on an annual basis, 29 trillion rupees on an annual basis comes from systematic investment plan. So it is critical for us to see how we can institutionalize, and help drive micro investing. Because a lot of people are afraid of the capital markets. There are risks involved. There are things they don't understand. And so if somebody over a fixed and regular period of time is able to save a small amount of money, what that means is that they are conscious of the fact that their losses is not a lump sum. Because if I say put a certain amount of money, a big amount of money in an investment, a lot of people, they are afraid, oh, what if I lose this? I lose my entire, life savings. But if it's done in a systematic way, a small amount of money, fixed amount of money on a consistent basis, what that does at the end of the day is that it helps people to overcome the fear of losing a big sum of money. A lot of people today are more focused on timing the market, and that has its own negative implication. We saw what happened in 2007, 2008. That negative experience, some people have not recovered. Yes, some people have not recovered. We are market operators, we have moved on, but there are people who will not invest in the capital market today simply because of that negative experience. So what are the key takeaways for us? And these are areas where at the panel session, we will try to dig deeper and get insight, practical ways to make this come alive. The first is, yes, financial inclusion has grown significantly, but it is still largely transactional, focused on payments, accounts, and remittance. And for us, we are saying that it's important for us to go beyond just moving money, to actually growing money, because that's the only way we can deliver real wealth to the everyday Nigerians. Financial education is key to closing this gap. Financial investor education is a critical part of bridging this gap. We need to drive more capital market participation and also champion financial literacy. And so part of our panelists, we've brought people who are financial educators, who are personal finance coach, and they will help speak to this, what they've been doing and where the opportunities are to be able to drive this on a large scale. It's also important for us to look at the products that we create and make them more affordable, particularly for people at the micro level. We cannot bridge this gap alone, and that's true. Financial institution on its own also cannot do that. So collaboration is required, and collaboration at two levels, from a digital perspective and also from an agent perspective. And at the end of the day, we need to also work with regulators and capital market ecosystem to build strong investor protection mechanism. Because even if people are investing in the capital market and we still have the bad eggs, we still have high level of investments fraud, people will end up getting burnt and then they will shy away from the capital market. So it's important for us to have that system where we are able to root out investment fraud and ensure that the activities in the market are well regulated. This will also help us to build trust. So thank you very much for listening. Like I said, I am John the Baptist to prepare the way for the panel session, which I will be moderating. And I will ask the MC to invite the panelists. Thank you.
All right, let's put our hands together for that very wonderful and insightful presentation. I love the fact that you shared data points and you actually shared what the cost of inaction is. So before the panel session, I can see that we're setting up, very excited for it. I would like to invite Mrs. Foyin Sholami Akinjayewu who is the CEO of EFINA. She's a woman who is leading one of the most impactful organizations that is championing financial inclusion in Nigeria. I would really say that EFINA is one of the leading financial inclusion organizations in Nigeria. Let's put our hands together for her as she graces the stage for what promises to be another engaging presentation.
Thank you so much. It's afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. She said she was John the Baptist, right? So I'm Joanne the Baptist. Yeah, because there's a panel session coming. Dr. Agama left. I was going to say that thankfully I sent my slide deck, before today. Otherwise, you guys would have thought I stole his notes. But that's just to say that, great minds are thinking alike, because the issues related to inclusion, financial inclusion, which includes investments, are known to us all, and the ways to address them are going to be things that we're all thinking, along the same lines. So maybe I should start with saying I've been seeing EFINA quoted, for most of the people who have come in. So when we come to you to say, come and fund the Access to Financial Services in Nigeria survey, I trust that there will be no problems. Fantastic. So I'm going to send the bill for the 2025 round to you, because the data that we are quoting, while it's great, is dated data. It's at least 2 years old. So we need to find more recent information. And what I would even propose to the operators is, let's consider a deeper dive. So because what we've done is really more generic, more general, but if you want, nuanced information around investments, you want to do a deeper dive into investments so that it also helps with product design as you're thinking the retail strategy. So thank you all for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. Again, I'll say Joanne is going to make way for the panelists. But you know what they say? Anyone has an opinion, but data separates opinion from facts, right? So we can talk about all of this, but I'm going to be sharing with you, hopefully in a few minutes, key data that also, I'll say, reinforce the imperative for inclusion and hopefully creates a sense of urgency for inclusion. I hope someone is helping me with the slides. So I don't know how I'm going to give you fantastic. I don't want to dwell too much on some of the things that have already been shared, right? But what I'll just say here is, we've made gains indeed around financial inclusion generally. But one key way we can test economic empowerment, like Dr. Agama said when I was coming in, is ability to invest. I can tell you for free, we saw an improvement in formal financial inclusion, meaning people are using formal financial institutions, for the financial transactions. We saw that increase, especially between 2020 and 2023. But it masks a reality which is painful. So while formal financial inclusion is increasing, financial health is on the decline. We saw a double digits decline in financial health. So people are using bank accounts, they're making payments, they're saving, quote and unquote. But financial health, which, for example, there are many ways we test that, but ability to raise 30,000, 50,000 in case of an emergency, we saw a decline from 28% to 16% in 3 short years. So let's not get deceived and be happy. Financial inclusion is on the increase. It's masking a deep reality. If you go to the next slide, I just want to also, break it down. So we talk about financial inclusion in general, but if you look at this slide, I hope you can see it, right? So while financial inclusion, and I'm talking about even people who are using informal channels, it's at 74%. So the 64% Dr. Ogini referred to is formal inclusion. So they're using formal financial institutions. But even if you're using informal, so that is at 74% in total. But for men, it's 79%. For women, which arguably is 51% of our population, is at 70%. So there's a 9% gender gap, right? In terms of location, rural versus urban, there's a 20% location gap, meaning people who are in urban centers are more likely to be included. From a wealth, perspective, there's a 32% wealth gap. I'm talking financial inclusion in general. From an education perspective, there's a 44% education gap. So So it already tells us where the gaps are, but where the opportunities lie. And from an age gap, there's a 6% gap. So really, if we want to do inclusion as we say we should, and financial inclusion is not just, like I think Dr. Agama said, investment inclusion. Investments are part of financial inclusion. So it goes beyond, bank accounts. It's every form of financial services, especially those that can help people, households, to be more resilient. When life happens, because life always happens. So we see where the gaps are. So let's move on to the next slide. And now I'm going deeper into investments now. So if we look at this slide, right, I will talk about 3% generally. A similar story is emerging. Men, investments, and we're talking about investments generally, is at 6%. But for women, again, half of that. A similar story when you look at it from an urban rural, it's almost always half. When it's 6 for urban, it's 3 for rural. When it's 6 for men, it's 3 for women. And then if you look at it from a geopolitical zone, it's no surprise that Southwest, I know Dr. Agama was talking about Kokomaiko. The story is worse when you go outside of Lagos. Because, many of us, we're in our cocoon, we're in our bubble. We feel like, okay, at least when we talk about it with one or two people they know. Beyond Lagos, in fact, some of these things are ish. They are like what? They just sound like foreign to them. Never heard of it before. And then just look at the age group. 35 to 45 is where, and then 45 to 54 is where it's highest. But from 18 to 25, 26 to 35, we see what the numbers are. This is a deeper dive into investments. Again, without data, everyone has an opinion, but data tells the story. Again, this is 2023 data, so it needs to be updated, but the information won't be far from the truth if we did it today. Probably, I hope not, probably worse, because there's so much economic pressure, and people are, facing this as it stands. So, this obviously tells us, right? So women are disproportionately underrepresented amongst our investors, right? The youth often excluded despite digital adoption. That's, it's very interesting for me. And the northern and rural population severely underserved as well, of course, maybe due to distance, cultural factors, and the likes. So if we go, let's go to the next slide, because I'm trying to save time, because I know some of those things will be talked or be referred to by the panelists. So let's go to this slide. This is very interesting, right? So informal savings, shows that there's a demand. It's just that we are not, or you are not the ones capturing that demand, because it's met informally. And we can see the story, right? So this is a split screen between 2020 and 2023. And let's even look beyond, savings at banks and savings in the formal institutions. If you look at the informal, it's what? 8% savings groups, the merry-go-round. We know all those merry-go-rounds where we all come together. You take in January, I take in February. How many of us have done those things before? Why are you all acting posh? You're all posh here? Okay. I know in my time, when we were just starting out, we come, your friends that you trust. It's a trust circle. You come together. And then, you are able to pull it, and maybe you buy your small fridge, buy your small microwave. People are still doing it. They might not be in this room, but they are still doing those, okay? And then the village community associations, and then people are saving in secret places. But I'm going to speak to this in a minute, because it tells us something. People feel the need to save. Because of time, I wasn't able to put all the relevant data, because Nigerians are aspirational. They have goals. They have life goals. They want to start businesses. They want to buy machinery. So they are saving towards something. And those are avenues or opportunities for us to encourage investments for them. You see, millions of Nigerians are saving informally, but they can't grow their wealth. They can't beat inflation. They can't build futures because, they don't have access to the investment tools that we've been preaching to them, most of which they don't understand. Okay? Right, so I know you spoke to the cost of ignorance. I'm going to speak to you very similarly. Did you steal my notes, Dr. Ogini? No, you didn't steal my notes. Okay, just check it. So the cost of exclusion. What is the cost of exclusion? So I just tried. Can we move on to the next slide? I just tried to estimate in a very conservative way, right? And this is evidence that Nigeria does not lack investable capital. What we lack really are channels. And how do I know this? So let's even imagine, I know we've been talking about, so Nigeria, I'll just use rough estimates, maybe roughly 120 million adults, Because, of course, it will be adults that can, have the capacity to do the investments. So 120 million adults. If 20 million of them, let's just assume, 20 million of them invest 5,000 naira per month, this will give us 100 billion per month. This is idle capital. Now, this is equivalent 120 billion in missed returns for those households who are not investing. For you, you know what your commission or whatever your fees on that could have been, so you do the math. And obviously, this means lower domestic capital formation, right? I'm going to use my notes here. I mean, increased public sector burden. So these are families that the government will now have to send money to because they are struggling and all of that. So imagine that. I know there's this program where 75,000 naira is to be sent to 15 million households in Nigeria. I think broken into 3 tranches. So obviously, this is a loan that we're taking to give people 75,000 naira. But imagine if there is a product, or even if the government working with the SEC or whoever says, of this 25,000 naira, 5,000 naira must compulsorily be set aside as an investment that they can't touch. That is one way to get them into this investment culture. And then if they invest it, maybe 6 months, whatever, they see the returns, they are beginning to think about that. This is making sense. That trust issue that we want to address, that is one way, to break into it. So limited wealth accumulation, and we're reinforcing poverty traps because really people are not able to move outside of poverty, right? So let's also look on the right side. I will say, according to NDIC, Nigeria's investment market lost about 911.5 billion due to different Ponzi schemes in 23 years up to 2022. That's an average of 40 billion per annum. That's what we're losing to Ponzi schemes. I know this is the get rich scheme, quick, same mindset, but there are some that if only they knew better, they would do better, right? And then according to us, of course, according to the ATF, 5 million Nigerians invested in Ponzi schemes, and 68% of them experienced losses. Those are the ones that are not smart enough to cash out quickly. You know how people think, let me just go in if I can cash out. But not everyone is going to be able to do that. Not everyone is going to be able to do that. And the CBEX scam, this is the most recent one, is estimated at 1.3 trillion naira was lost. 1.3 trillion. Nigerians have 1.3. Nigerians, we said Nigerians don't have money, have 1.3 trillion to lose. I mean, it's a no-brainer. Let's move on to the next slide, please, right? And we were talking about trust. So why do these issues exist? Why are people more comfortable to save under their pots, under their mattresses, informally, lose it to investment schemes? Why? Number one is the trust or the lack of it issue. And let's not talk generally. Let's use data, right? What you have in the red, what's it called? Box for capital market operators. So level of trust in financial services providers. What you see on the rightmost side is completely distrust. We completely distrust. That's the blue. I think it's blue. Does it look like blue to you? Yeah, this one now. This one here. I'm sorry. This here. 34% completely distrust capital market operators. Is the worst amongst the other financial services providers. I think next to that is 10% for insurance providers. Completely distrust. I'm sorry I'm emphasizing this. I want it to enter. No, but really, why is that? So we need to think about that, okay? And then how confident are you in investing in the Nigerian capital market? That's what we have on the other side. And only 10.8% are very confident. Meaning we have about 89%, because it's 10.8, 89% who are somewhat or distrusting altogether or not confident. Again, trust is a major barrier we need to overcome. Right? What's the second thing? Knowledge gap. A lot has been said today about knowledge, literacy, and the data also shows that, because if you look at, please move on to the next slide, thank you. If you look at awareness now, on the awareness level, right, awareness of investment products, I think the most is fixed deposits at 21, stocks at 16, but even your collective investment schemes, only 6% are aware. Only 6% are aware. And this is Nigeria-wide. Okay? And then why are you not investing is what we have on the right. And I took the liberty to highlight some in red. I don't know. I don't know why I'm not investing. It's also because I don't know, really. Literally. They don't know. So knowledge is a gap. The other thing is I do not like taking risks. They don't understand the risk-reward mechanism. That, okay, you might take some risk, but there's a reward on the other side. They don't understand it. I've never heard of securities. Never. There's another one, which is the 8.5. Then I have better options. What are those better options? Policy schemes, absolutely. Because they don't know, right? And then I don't understand how to invest. Because we assume that, they should know better. They don't even know the first letter. They don't know where to go. They don't have the benefit of, brokers or fund managers on their speed dial that they can call. They don't have that kind of information, right? And I don't need to invest. And I'm not talking statistics. These are human beings who believe they don't need to invest. So there's a knowledge gap. But this is, reinforcing that information to us, right? So let's move on to the next slide. So we've talked, what was the first thing? Remember what were the gaps we were talking about? What's the first one? Distrust. What's the second one we just talked about now? Knowledge. And let's look at the last one. And I think we've also talked about it. The access/product gap. We want them to come. We want them to invest. But the products that you're bringing to them doesn't fit their reality. It doesn't fit their reality. And then in some other cases, even if they do, they don't know how to access it. So are there, say, brick and mortar that they can go? Is there a digital app that they have? Some of those access issues exist, right? And we can see that also, and I think, so that we don't spend too much time, I think the one that is instructive to me, go back to the previous slide if you don't mind. Yes, okay, but please go back. I'm sorry. I mean forward, forgive me. Yes. I thought there was one slide before this. Can you go? I think there's one slide I have before this, or maybe it's after this. Oh, fantastic. This one. Someone says, I do not have the kind of money required to invest. 48.1% feel they don't have the kind of money. It's for the rich. It's for the elites. It's not for my type. So there's an access gap. There's a product gap. And we'll be talking about, let's do 15 naira, let's do 100 naira. Whatever it is, if you're talking inclusion, it has to be inclusion indeed. Not your, how much is 5,000 naira? 5,000 naira is a lot. I can't remember who I spoke to about, we were talking about insurance, and they said, but motor vehicle comprehensive is, I can't remember, how much is it now? I'm sorry? 15. I said, is it not just 15,000? People don't have 15,000 naira. Those taxi drivers, those bus drivers, do they have 15,000 naira to spare? Because they use it on those, when you see their meals in the, you guys, where are you also, wow. Because you go to certain places, when they bring the meat, that is what they would rather spend their money on, not on motor vehicle insurance. But the point is, some don't even have it at all, right? They don't have 48.1 feel. They don't have it. So if they feel so, you need to fix that, right? And then the other bit, if you go back to the previous slide, which is the one I want to spend a bit of time on, is, so there is also a gap between I am aware and I use. Again, speaking to the fact that there is a disconnect. So if you are aware but you're not using it, there is a disconnect. That is what this is reinforcing for us, for example, right? So let's move on real quick. And now, so that we've talked about all these issues, let's look at some practical solutions on how to address this. Practical ways to address, right? I wish Dr. Agama was still here, but I'm going to start from there, because if we say that we want the investment landscape to be inclusive, what you don't measure, you can't change. Include inclusive KPIs, inclusion KPIs when you're monitoring. Okay, all your providers, all your operators, what percentage of men is in your portfolio versus women, or women is in your portfolio? What percentage are youth in your portfolio? What percentage are the northern population in your portfolio? Measure that. Because what you don't measure doesn't change. So inclusion KPIs should be part of the monitoring. So what percentage are female, what percentage are youth, what percentage are in the north? And then every product should be required to have at least a one-pager on the products. How does this work? What is it? What fees would you pay in simple terms that everyone can understand? So that if Mama Risi and Baba Sura go and access it somewhere, they have the information to make informed decisions. They know what they are getting into. And then we are also proposing that the SEC has a trust mark. So meaning for me to make an investment, I can see the SEC mark saying, we kind of approve of this because it is transparent, we understand it, and then there's also, beyond just transparency, there's a redress mechanism that allows the investor for recourse. When I have issues, I can quickly get my complaints or grievance across, and there's feedback to me that I'm comfortable with. The SEC should consider that. And we know, I think it was a young lady who had talked about using influencers. I agree, but we'll speak to that. For the SEC also should consider, because when we hear something is on our website, I love that, but how many people are going to the SEC website? I don't wake up in the morning to go to the SEC website, but when you wake up, everybody's on Instagram, on TikTok, they go somewhere else. So we should go to where they're going and not assume that they will come. Where are they? Where are they going? Many of us don't read our Bibles or Qurans, but we quickly open Instagram. First thing, are we on Instagram? Are we wherever the people who need this information are? Right? But they should consider this, the skits, I love it, but it should be on radio. It should be on TV. On public awareness campaigns, not the one that we're assuming. And I'm sorry, please tell Dr. Agama I love him very much, but today is about telling ourselves the truth. Can we agree? Okay. And then for the operators, we can't overemphasize design inclusive products. Low minimum entry, right? And make it mobile first. 90% of Nigerians either have a mobile phone or have access to one. Smartphone penetration is much less, but at least you can use USSD, SMS. So it should be mobile first in languages they can understand, potentially with audio, so they can hear it and believe it, right? And then we've also said invest in investor education. In fact, that demystified investment, when you said it, I love it. But again, partner with influencers. These people trust certain people. They trust their family. They trust their pastors, their imams, the market women. In fact, formalize the informal. So this Esusu, the Ajo, you don't need to break that down. Just formalize that. If all you're doing is this Ajo, setup, we are the back end, we are the bankers or the fund managers for this. If that's what you're targeting, your interfaces will even be fewer. You don't need to deal with 100 million people. You're dealing with a few Ajo representatives. But of course, with the blessing of the members of the Ajo, if that's what you're targeting, right? And use storytelling to showcase, the successes of everyday investor. So, when we're saying, don't do Ponzi schemes, let's use influencers to say, don't do that. But when I did an investment, this is what I got. People, relatable stories that they would believe, right? And then consider embedding micro-learning. So build like 60 seconds, gamified tutorials where they can learn about how to invest. There was something I was going to add, but I think it's relevant for both the operators and the investors. When people want to experiment, they don't want to just experiment with Tunera. Create a virtual sandbox where I can simulate my investment without having to commit any funds and see what happens with that. So much like, the way people do virtual trades, like a virtual sandbox where I can simulate it, and then they can see what happens with that. So, there's a lot to talk about, and I'm sure the panelists will get into the details. But as I wrap up on my final slide, again, I'll say, we can't change what you don't measure. Let's invest in the next round of the Access to Financial Services Nigeria survey. Let's consider a deeper dive in particular. And we're more than just a data provider. We work with individuals for product design based on what the data is saying. So that's another area that we can come in. I'm on my final slide now. And so I just have a few websites, so you can go and for free download the full report of the A2F. It is dated, but this is still relevant. And our website is here. And if you have any other questions, you can always reach out to us. Thank you so much for having me. And have a good afternoon.
Thank you so very much. Let's put our hands together for her. Again, data is king, and we appreciate Efina for sharing those data sets with us. So we have come to the time in the program where we will be having our panel session. Our panel session will be focused on bridging Nigeria's knowledge and wealth gap, and this will be moderated by none other than Dr. Odiri Ogini, MD CEO of United Capital Asset Management. Let's put our hands together for her. As I mentioned earlier, she's the Managing Director and CEO of United Capital Asset Management and has over 19 years of experience. Joining her on this panel will be Mrs. Uche Uzoebo, who is the CEO of SANEF with over 24 years of experience in banking and digital finance. She's a driving force in financial inclusion, gender empowerment, and digital payment expansion in Nigeria. She's also a certified trainer and accomplished leader. She works closely with regulators and development partners to break economic barriers for underserved communities. Welcome to the stage. Joining us will be Ola Dele, who was a CFA charter holder, and a financial inclusion educator with 16 years of experience in trading, treasury, and strategy, known for launching Nigeria's first T-bills investment app. She now uses media, podcasts, and masterclasses to simplify finance for thousands. She is passionate about financial literacy and inclusive investment access. Let's put our hands together for her, please. Joining us next will be Shola Adesakin, who is a wealth coach and founder of Smart Stewards. She's an award-winning financial educator with clients in over 40 countries. She has credentials from ICANN, ACCA, and CPA Canada. She empowers individuals and SMEs to make, manage, and multiply money. Welcome to the stage, Shola. Next up, I would like to call Mr. Ugo Obi Chukwu, who is the founder and CEO of Nairametrics, one of Nigeria's top financial media platforms. A chartered accountant, an investor, he spent nearly 2 decades simplifying economic and financial insights for the public. Through Nairametrics and his media presence, Ugo is changing how Nigerians engage with money and markets. Let's put our hands together for him. And last but certainly not least is Abimbola Babalola, who is a fellow of ICANN, CIS, and CIBN, currently leading trading and products at the Nigerian Exchange. With over 2 decades at NGX, he has pioneered surveillance systems and pricing reforms while championing investor protection and financial literacy across Nigeria's capital markets. Let's put our hands together for him, and over to our very able moderator for this panel. I do want to shout out to the organizers because this is a very gender balanced panel, and I love to see it. Congratulations. It's very balanced. It's very balanced.
Hello. So good afternoon, everyone. This is the moment we have been waiting for because a lot has been said. We've been fed. So now we want to know how to implement all that has been said. So I'm actually looking forward to the insight and the information that will be shared from this panel. So my first question will go to Shola. So according to the data, we've really looked at data today, thanks to Efina. So according to the data from Efina, financial inclusion in Nigeria has made significant progress, but you can see that there is a gap, there's a disconnect between assets as well as investment, particularly with regards to capital market participation. In fact, only 1 in 10 Nigerians have basic knowledge about investment products like mutual funds, bonds, and equities. Now, from your experience working with aspiring and retail investors through your Smart Steward platform, you are one of the people we admire when it comes to driving financial education and investor financial literacy. what do you think are the most common fears, myths, and misconceptions that people hold when it comes to investing in the capital market? You know, from what was shared earlier, trust in the capital market is very low. It's a critical issue. And so with your engagement, what do you think are the common fears and misconceptions that people hold about investing in the capital market? And what does it tell you about the current state of investor literacy in Nigeria?
Thank you. Good morning. I'm wondering why you chose me as the first to go. But I'm happy to be here, and the entire program has been very insightful. I must also commend Dr. Agama. I think his session just broke all of the things, you know, we would be discussing down in a good way. I think fear stems from lack of proper knowledge, right? For example, if you are not aware of what you are meant to take out of something, and then all you hear, all you see are failure stories. For example, I qualified as a chartered accountant 24 years ago. And even as a chartered accountant, my first major investment was in a Ponzi scheme. Because a fellow chartered accountant told me that he had invested in a project or a product that was going to give XX amount in a certain number of weeks. And we blindly went into it. I wasn't fortunate. He got his money back. Now, that put some amount of fear in me. Because again, being a chartered accountant didn't mean I was financially literate, which was one of the things that led me into what I do now. So each time I had investment, I'm like, hey, I lost. So I think it comes back to knowledge, lack of knowledge. I was on a BA flight into Nigeria, and I got in yesterday. And, you know, the way they presented, these safety features. I don't know if anybody has been on BA recently. They did it like the Bridgerton movie, Regency era. Listen, we were all glued to the screen. For the first time, I thought about practicing those safety features, and it made sense. So I think to address fear, we must provide knowledge in a very succinct manner. One of the things we are doing as smart stewards is not to sell investment as a product, but investment as a mindset. That listen, for the earliest part of my career, I was a chartered accountant, but I was always broke. And then I took really silly decisions, and I fell flat. That my mom and her two siblings had become widows, and their husbands did not leave adequate money. Unfortunately, their children have become their retirement package. That my mom would leave Lagos on a Friday evening, go into Heathrow, buy stuff over the weekend, come back. And she did that for a number of years. And in her 70s, she cannot even point out to 2-3 things. So it's not just about come and invest in mutual fund. That's what we are doing. And people are like, we must address the pain points for now and the future, and let people realize that, see, it's not just about come and buy a product. I absolutely love the data that she provided. How can we address those fears? So, back to your question, the fear comes from lack of knowledge, comes from what they see. And to wrap up the question, I would say that it's not part of my question, but you see all of these things. I was here at the last roundtable we did. I've been to many programs, I teach as well. I think we must start to address these things in a way that people understand. Why do you think people wake up every morning at 7 a.m. for prayer meeting? Why do you think people go to vigils? Let's go to where we can find them. In churches, people don't take church issues seriously, lightly. How about we collaborate with these platforms that people in this part of the world, because it's a different thing abroad, how about we collaborate with them to say, what God cannot do does not, even your finances, let's partner. Clusters, market women, right? Corporates, consulates. So the fear stems again summarily, lack of knowledge, what they're exposed to. They embrace what they see. They embrace what they are familiar with. And we can address those gaps and just make financial literacy and investment literacy available to them through platforms that they easily understand and can relate with. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. I think I want to reiterate on the point around mindset, changing mindset rather than just dishing out information about products. So people need to understand what you're doing. And I also like your reference to your Ponzi scheme experience. So I'll come to Goodwill. We've seen the data that shows that Ponzi scheme is rising. People are getting more and more into it, despite regulatory effort, despite public information telling people to refrain from it. So from your perspective as a founder of one of Nigeria's leading financial information platforms, why do you think these schemes still flourish? It's important for us to know that despite, when you're telling somebody, don't put your hand in fire, and they still decide to go and put their hand in fire, then there is a problem. So we want to hear from you why you think that these schemes continue to flourish despite the fact that people are losing their money. And maybe your own experience, you didn't go back to Ponzi scheme, but trust me, there are a lot of people who lost money and still went back. The next day, there's a recent one, and they go back to it. So we want to hear that from you, why you think these schemes still flourish, and more importantly, what you think that the regulators, the media, content creators, and market operators can do differently to change this behavior and guide people towards safer, regulated investment products.
All right, thank you so much, and good afternoon, everyone. Thanks so much for having me. Always a pleasure being in the midst of the team at United Capital, and well done for all the great work you've been doing over the last few years. So this is your question. Funny enough, we're talking about it on my table, and see, I have engaged people that are very financially savvy. I've engaged people that invest in regulated products, invest in who have diverse portfolios, and they tell me clearly, oh boy, I like them. Money they come out. It's all part of the investment. So they all see it as an avenue to make money, and they see it as risk worth taking. That's true, and it cuts across all sorts of people, whether people that are very educated, very exposed, and people that are not. So what it then tells me, and what we also see in the data, is there's something that we all haven't really addressed here, because we've all talked about fear, we've talked about knowledge, information, regulation, but there's something fundamental we haven't talked about. And let me just give you an analogy that I'm sure some of us may have heard before. Someone said that if you put $1 under your pillow in 1975, incidentally when I was born, and then you go and take that dollar out today, the value of that dollar versus Naira, for it to be at the same level, I think the analogy was that the Naira will have to have earned 25% annually every year from 1975 till today. So that's the stark reality, because people then realize that, look, while abroad it might make a lot of sense for you to invest in mutual funds and 401ks and all those things and probably get 5-10%. I mean, those days Warren Buffett would tell you 10-12% on a lies over the legs. They all sound really good. But if you do that with Naira investment, you're also stuck against inflation. So macroeconomic indicators are actually the biggest enemy when it comes to formal regulated investment. Because at the end of the day, it's all about the money. So the guy would look at, oh, you're preaching, you're telling him come invest in a mutual fund, put aside some of your money in a pension fund. I've even done that experiment. So there's a time my sister was working in an insurance company and wanted to kill my life with come and put money in life assurance. So just to save her job, I put money in life assurance for my children. And I did that experiment over the period that I had that money in life insurance compared to just, some amount of money I put in dollars. It didn't make sense at the end of the day, because by the time you check it, inflation has basically just made that money worthless. So I think that's also something that the data points to, that as much as we want people to invest in structured investments, macroeconomic factors actually play a larger role. So it's always important that at the end of the day, while you're trying to convince them to invest, be rest assured that they're also aware of what's happening. They know that a 100,000 naira that they invest today, year, is it going to be able to buy them something that it did buy for them at the start of that year? So they compare the return you're giving them versus the return that you're probably making in sports betting. Because we talk about Ponzi schemes alone, what about sports betting? That's a huge income earner for a lot of people. So these are the sort of things that we face, and it's important that we also include that among some of the things that she has mentioned and some of the things that Dr. Agama mentioned as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. For me, really, I didn't think about the fact that, we know that there's macroeconomic issues, but, some of the people who put their money in Ponzi scheme, they probably are not looking at it from that aspect. But from what you said now, it's a critical underlying factor for us as regulated fund managers to consider. The question is, it's a bigger issue. It's a structural issue. So while we still have that issue at play here in our country, how do we ensure that, as market operators, we can guide people away from this? What do we tell them? Because the truth is, somebody comes to me and says, oh, Diri, or I'm telling them, oh, come and invest in this product. It's giving you maybe 19% or 20% or buy treasury bill. And the person is asking for 30%, 33%. I've had to tell what, come on, this is not MMM. So the question now is for us as market operators, how do we guide these people? How do we tell them, see, this thing you want to go and put your money, is you will regret it tomorrow. So very good question. So
let me try and address that. So let me give you an example. So there are diverse investments that we all do. I also have a portfolio and I have diverse investments, and I can see different things that I've invested in and the returns over time. A typical example, I don't do Ponzi schemes and I don't do sports betting. But I also invest in cryptocurrency, just as Agama says. I give you an example. So I bought Bitcoin when it was going for 35. That was the last major crash. I think that was in 2019-20 or so, just that COVID period. Yeah, the last major crash. And between then and today, we all know how much Bitcoin is today. It's going for about $100,000 per coin. Of course, it's not like I put $100,000 in Bitcoin. I'll just give you an example of the price. So that is 2x return already on that investment. So now you compare that to a Naira investment, and you see that it would always outpace a Naira investment. So also, if you also then take that same money, even if you don't want to invest in cryptocurrency, and you go and invest in a Tesla, or invest in an Nvidia, or invest in Facebook. These are all investments that I'm sure Allah knows about. This is what we all made then. So these are the sort of things that you're competing. So I think the message for a lot of Nigerians is, and I think the message that we have to constantly give them is, as much as it is important for you to have a diverse portfolio that includes FX, of course, also give them avenue to have FX investment, because they do need it in this economy as a way to mitigate against the inflation risk I talked about. It is also important that you have Naira-related investment. It's also important that they know that, yes, while Tesla might be doing 40, 50%, we also have a United Capital that has done 25, 30% over the last 2 years. You also have a Zenith Bank, a UBA that have done XYZ. So we also have investments that can actually give you those sort of returns. And for a Naira type investment, that's valid. But to think that they are not aware that there are better investment returns out there is deceiving ourselves. So we need to acknowledge that there are better investments, but here in Naira, because you have to also match your investments, your spending with your returns, then it's important that you also make Naira investments. And if you're looking for Naira investments, we're the people to come to, and these are the kind of returns that we can give you. That's the reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much. But first of all, hold that thought on the crypto and the foreign stocks. You're peeping into my notes. So, Ola, we are coming to you. Today we've talked a lot about trust. And from the presentation, we can see that trust is very low when it comes to capital market products. It's also one of the biggest barriers to investment participation in Nigeria. As a leading digital financial educator, how can platforms like Money with Club play a stronger role in rebuilding trust and helping everyday Nigerians gain confidence in formal, safe, and long-term investment products? So let's look at it this way. A lot of the trust issues people have is with formal institutions. But we've seen activities from influencers. Somebody talked about the fact that people tend to listen to this. People go to social media these days to take a lot of financial advice. Even when the advice can seem questionable, there's still a lot of trust, I believe, in those advice. So based on what you've seen, how can we help rebuild trust in the capital market?
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I think the first thing is what broke the trust in the first place. A lot of people believe, for example, there's a massive amount of people in Nigeria who do not invest in stocks because of 2007, 2008. And in their mind, the banks stole their money. That's their understanding of what happened. And I mean, I've had situations where I sat down with people to explain what was happening at that time. And also to explain to them that if you left those stocks, those things you bought, you would have collected dividend, and right now you will still be smiling to the bank. Right? So there's a part where, but then we also know that in that period, there were a lot of things that were not done properly. What happened to those people? So what happens is that in people's minds, that one bad egg is magnified. And so in their mind, the story they attached to that event was one person's story, and it becomes the whole story, and there's no trust. So on the regulatory side, on the enforcement side, there needs to be consequences. There was a story in the news. I didn't hear the initial news, but I heard the recent updates where a bank in America was prevented from increasing their customer base because sometime in 2018 or 2016, they were found to have been inflating their numbers, the number of customers and all that. And so the Federal Reserve suspended them until they could prove and verify every single whatever. And so that bank was frozen technically in terms of growth. Now, as an investor, when you see that implemented, what does that do for you? It tells you that the regulators are. So there's a significant part of that trust that is driven by regulation, by the government and all that. Now, on the other side, it's important to understand human psychology. If you listen to someone over and over again, like I'm sure we know, if you have parents that are on WhatsApp or they are on YouTube, the things they come telling you with so much confidence and belief, you have to understand that it's human psychology. And so if you have something that is important and you are speaking normal English, like what I see on my YouTube channel is I explain personal finance, investing, and the economy in simple English. Don't come with your ROE. Don't come with your ROI. Don't talk about GDP. Nobody cares about that. But if you talk to people, just talk to them. Just give it time. You would find that the responses that you would get will be even shocking to you in terms of how someone come and say, what you said, blah, blah, blah. But what we find is that a lot of people who actually know it, because there's also a group of people who are confident but lack the basic knowledge, but they are confident, they are speaking. But a lot of people who actually know it are used to speaking in technical language. And so you are lost. As in, the people that you have the information for don't get to you. But if you stick with it in simple English, over time you will build trust.
So I hear you say that the broken trust can be repaired.
Oh, yes, it can.
All right. So thank you very much for that. So we'll move on to Abimbola from NGX. And I think one of the things that we've learned today is the fact that we have the population, but we don't have majority of those playing actively in the capital market. And I know that the NGX is doing a lot of work to drive retail participation. So today we have, from 200 million people, we have less than, 7 million people playing actively in the equities market. But if you even look at that 7 million people, a lot of them are very old. They are the old people, middle age. So the young demography is missing from the capital market. So what is the NGX doing about that to make investing simpler, more accessible, and attractive also to the younger generation, and also the first-time investor?
Yes, thank you very much. I think for us at NGX, we realize this and we recognize the fact that the best way to protect any investor is to give them the right knowledge. So you see us organize regular webinars. We catch them young. We allow what we call X-Tour. X-Tour means that schools can come to visit, and it could be at primary or secondary school level. And we don't stop at that, because if I'm talking to a child, there's somebody behind that child. I want to do a follow-up with that school and make sure that we engage the parent. You know, we go to association. We even at a time start talking to papas, you know, visit them on campus, on when they are doing the campaign, and try to map it out. But the most important thing is, in giving that education, you need to be deliberate. You need to have a strategy around it, because it's not just enough. What kind of education are you giving to them? Do you have a curriculum that is well designed, that speaks to what people need? Do you have facilitators that can communicate in the language that people will understand? If I'm talking to this house, I want to talk about asset classes. If I'm talking to them, I'm talking about investment vehicle as something that takes you from one location to another. We're still saying the same way, but I'm addressing audience. We want to go to religious societies. I even have a personal policy now. If you invite me to your naming ceremony of your child or your grandchild, I don't give money to the parents. I go there with a form. You fill the form, and I put an investment for that child. I want to monitor that investment, and I'm saying religious centers can do it. You know, somebody in your church or in your mosque give back to it, doing naming ceremony. You know, we need to take education, connect it with our culture. In the northern part of the country, if you give back to a child, they give that child a cow. And as that child is growing, his cow is growing. That is his investment. In this part, in the southern part, can we do the same? So we have to start translating this knowledge into action so that people can see that action. Nothing stops us. If in a religious center, you are doing a naming ceremony for a child dedication for a child, raise a minimum amount of money for that child and put it into investment. That becomes a reference point. I listen to us. One of the challenges that we have in the financial market or the capital market is nobody is saying the story. The investing public we're trying to attract, they don't have a reference point. But in the Ponzi scheme, in the Baba Jebu, they know of somebody who knows somebody who won 100,000 last week. But in the financial sector, I think I'll give you a particular example. A friend of mine was always speaking ill of the capital market. And I was disturbed that this guy, you understand, I engaged him and I asked for a meeting. Do you know what I realized? The guy had like 10 investments. Now he did well. It was just one that went bad, and he didn't forgive that one. And he didn't stop at that. He keeps telling everybody that cares to listen how bad that market is. And I was surprised when I called for that one-on-one meeting with him. He told me, guy, do you see that property? The proceed of it was from the capital market. I did this, I did this. But I said, but why are you doing this? And you know, the reality is this. Even if I make 300, 400, 500% in investing in stock, in a security, I won't tell anybody, because the fear is the moment I tell people that I made money in Texaco, 200%, the hit that will come to me in terms of text messages and demand. So we must find a way, even if we're going to start using case study to say this is it. But for me, in terms of attracting them, we start from that primary school, secondary school, go to their school because they have teachers or lecturers in that school, engage the clubs at various universities, the finance club, participate in what they are doing. Because if you get these people involved, but like I said, we shouldn't stop at lecture. What follows of the follow-up is one thing that is very, very important, that people are able to sign, and we also leverage on technology to deliver some of these things. Because these guys, like we said, some of them don't even have time to visit any website or listen to any program. But technology is there. They are seeing this information. And Nairametrics is doing a lot of things. That is what I always tell them. Go there and read more about some of this information and SEC and all the websites. I think if we continue, we shouldn't get tired. Because 2008, 2000, anytime you go for any public discourse, you will see that example. Let me share this so that we were to engage we learned that some military guys are retiring. Oshodi, this retirement, something. We went there to talk to them. As soon as they introduced us, it was something else. I could see the military literally reacting to say, take these guys out, except there will be trouble here. And because I'm used to it, the 2008, so I have to find a way of calming them down and explaining things to them. And at the end of the day, we had a session and everybody was happy. I think they didn't release us until like 7 p.m. in the evening. Wow. And what we did was that in that team, we assembled everybody. UBA was there, the registrar, every problem that they had. Some just abandoned our portfolio. We revived it for them. And I think those guys will stay. The story will be different because they saw lecture that is backed up by action. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. Thank you so much for that. So come to Uche. So first, let me congratulate you on your appointment as the Managing Director and CEO of SANEF. And permit me to call you the Queen of Financial Inclusion. And you know why. So what we want, we've seen a lot of work that financial inclusion has done. And the bedrock of that growth is actually from financial services agent. The agency network is a fantastic story for financial inclusion. But the problem is that that benefit is just only for the banks. So what we want to understand today is SANEF serves as a key enabler in driving the financial inclusion ecosystem. You have currently almost about 1.8 million agents across the local government, 774 local government, which is very impressive. So we want to understand from your perspective the impact story, how SANEF is structured, funded and empowered to drive the financial inclusion story. And this is just a foundational question. We'll get to the meat of
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. And thank you once again. I think this is my second time
she was at the first edition of the
forum. Congratulations to United Capital Asset Management. So SANEF is Shared Agent Network Expansion Facility. We started 2019. We initially started as a project in 2018. So the objective is actually to drive financial inclusion through financial access points. And when we say financial access points, it can mean the bank, it can mean any financial services. So in doing that, we partnered with licensed mobile money operators. It's owned by the Central Bank of Nigeria, where it was approved by Central Bank of Nigeria and owned by Body of Banks, as well as licensed mobile money operators, super agents, and also NIBS is our technical partner. Of course, the banks couldn't do it alone. The brick and mortar branches were not going to be possible even in my own village, and we decided the banks decided to come together with CBN to address this financial inclusion gap, and that was what gave birth to SANEF. We started with maybe over 53,000 agents, and today we've grown to almost 2 million agents across the geopolitical zones. The first target was 500,000 by December 2020, which we surpassed. And when I say bank, that agent, the POS agent you see, is a bank on its own to the neighborhood. And of course, to get to the hinterlands and to get to the communities, you need to use someone, or you need to have someone who knows them, because that is how they build their own trust. We're talking about trust. And these agents are actually the banks. They represent the banks, and they are banks, actually. They operate through the licensed operators like, the OPays, you see PalmPay, you see MoneyPoint, and also the banks as well have bank agents. You see Access Closer, you have UBA, you have Zenith agents across the geopolitical zones. It wasn't, and I'm proud to always say this, that I started the journey with SANEF, so I know the entire story. It wasn't an easy journey, but here we are, we're talking about, POS agents are everywhere. If I ask anybody here, when was the last time you entered a bank, or maybe you needed cash, even to go to the ATM? So the story, of course, we have agents across the your political zones, the 774 local government areas. When you enter there, you must find at least one agent that would serve in that local government. Working with the Central Bank of Nigeria, of course, driving the financial inclusion agenda. We also work with developmental organizations. We work with FINA. We work with Women's World Banking, World Bank. We work with everybody, federal and state government, because they also use this initiative to empower, the community as well. I remember in 2019 when we went to, then it was Fayemi was the governor, and the people of I could say they were talking about building a bank branch, that they need a bank, that they should come and put a bank. And when we got there, he told them that they cannot build a branch, but all of you here can become, the bank. And that was where we consummated the idea of agent banking as well. And they used that to empower a lot of youth who are already, doing business in that location. Because what do they want to do? They just want to have the basic services, open account, have their BVN done, take money, what we know as cash in, cash out, do transfers, buy airtime. This is what they need to do. And with that small POS, a small machine that will not cost more than $500, you have a bank in your hand. So that is basically what we do. We connect with all of them, come up with initiative, financial literacy. We're talking about education. That is also one of our major objectives, working with all stakeholders. And I'm sure I see a lot of faces here. There's nobody that we don't work with, because we sit at the center and drive the initiative, alongside with everybody. Thank you.
Please, can we put our hands together for her? Thank you very much for that. The SANEF story is a story that we need to unpack. And I say that because the banks are enjoying the benefit. But if you look at the way SANEF is structured, it's owned by the banks. All your board members are the MDs of the banks, GT, Fidelity, and the rest of them. So is there a way that the capital market can also learn from that, to create such a structure? Because the banks have their agenda. They compete amongst themselves, no doubt. They have their individual targets and, KPIs that they pursue. But there are goals that are common to all banks. But one single bank cannot drive this agenda. And it's the same in the capital market. There are agendas that are common. Investor education is not a one firm agenda. It's not even the agenda of the regulator alone. So we need to come to a point where you have a shared structure or institution that can drive setting of this common agenda, like investor education we are talking about today. We're looking at distribution access, today. So I'm going to ask, come back to Abimbola. Riding on the success story of SANEF, what opportunities do you see for NGX to partner with SANEF and its agent to promote savings and investment products at the last mile? How do we get investment to the grassroots? The DG talked about different locations that some of us have not even heard about. And then Efina also spoke about, locations outside of Lagos. A lot of us are concentrated in probably Lagos, Abuja, Port Harcourt. But there are people beyond these three states that don't even understand the concept of investing. And if you tell probably some of these firms to go and open branches, it could be a huge cost for them. But we have structures like SANEF, that can penetrate into, those markets. So how can NGX partner with SANEF to make this possible?
I think, it's, I can say we're more than ready to partner with anybody that will ensure that with your organization, that will ensure that we're able to attract more people, not only attracting them, but also able to retain them. Because one thing is to attract, how do you retain? And one of our philosophy at the exchange really is collaboration. We collaborate. In fact, if there's anything like the example I just gave, anytime we're going out for any of these things, we want a registrar to be in the team. We want somebody from the stockbroking arm. We want somebody from the F-man. And because we know that, that individual cannot even differentiate. You understand? Or what they are interested in, I'll have a problem, you're able to say, go to this person and it's able to solve it. I think there was also a time, maybe this is what we're also looking at. There's what we call bank to broker. I think it's something that we need to, we probably will discuss it more, where if we have 60 million clients of banks, why can't we translate them to be people that we get to involve with investment? And I think it's something we can, but to your question, and I will contact her, we'll see how we can collaborate with them, and we do that a lot, so that at the end of the day, we're able to attract more investors, people are able to create wealth, and know that there are, genuine way of actually creating wealth, which is possible. And if all of us achieve that goal, I think it will be good for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. So still on the topic of partnership, Shola, you talked about, going to the churches, going to the different touch points. Financial institution alone cannot drive this, investor education agenda. So through your work at Smart Steward, you have developed financial literacy programs for employers, for churches, for families, and even the creative industry. So what role do you think this non-financial institution can play in bridging the knowledge gap? But for us, more importantly, is in your partnership with this group, what model do you think is most suitable to drive financial institution or financial education at a larger scale? Because there is a limit to the work that you can do. And so partnering with these non-financial institutional groups, can be key to ensuring that we scale investor education. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Okini. I'm here listening to everybody, and I'm like, yeah. I like what he said about collaboration and partnership, but I will be very, very practical about it. And I think that, earlier on I mentioned 4 C's. I said churches, clusters, corporates, consulates, and colleges, 5 of them. And those are the people we have worked with. And I'll give you practical examples on how we have done that. Let me start with the corporate. And when I mean corporate, financial institutions, non-financial institutions, we have worked with you. 2 things come to mind. Last year or 2 years ago, we got a grant from USADF, and we built a mobile app, an aggregator of different financial planning tools, access to mutual funds. You're on our platform, right? We are not licensed, but we're a financial education company. And what we are doing is, let's go get all of these things together so that people can then invest. So we're giving them financial literacy and execution. So we got that grant. We have done that. We have about 20 mutual funds listed. We're introducing capital market stocks, right? Local and global stocks. We're introducing insurance. We're introducing pension. We're working with all of these financial institutions to make that happen. 3 weeks ago, my company, Smart Stewards, got a grant, or got selected for a grant by MasterCard Foundation. It's called the MasterCard EdTech Fellowship. Now, I'm going through the process, and it's intense. As a financial education company, these are the ways you can reach more people. These are the things you can do for them. We are having to rework our entire curriculum. It comes with money, and it comes with that intense work of getting things done. So when I mean partnership, United Capital, how can you also partner with financial education companies to say, listen, we can probably go to the mass market, but through an app, maybe through a fellowship, just like the examples that I gave. So beyond the $100,000 they are giving us, they are looking at our entire curriculum. They are looking at our academy. We are reshooting videos. Trust me, we have the ears of the public already. And if we are able to provide these services in a more organized and structured way, we'll have more results. That's for corporate. For churches, we literally write churches to say, you know what, include financial education in your plan for the year. Every morning we wake up, we pray, we attend fellowship. Many churches do these things. Sundays, people are resorting to faith. If their economy is not working, prayer will work. But we want to reach them, then let's partner with pastors. I have worked with a couple of churches who literally prioritize entrepreneurship classes, financial classes. And it's always, and then what we then do is, aside the opportunity to speak, we then work out something to say, let's follow up with 2-3 webinars. And then we are saying, oh yeah, go to United Capital. Oh yeah, go. Do you see what I'm saying? That's the way we partner with churches. Colleges as well. In Nigeria, been to, actually I'm supposed to be at Lagos State University today. I said, no, I'm not coming, Covenant University. So it's about realizing the need to make these things happen and connecting with the people by writing proposals for them. And the people on the other hand too should be willing to work with us. Last year, we at Smart Stewards, we spoke to all the American corners under the United States Embassy. I was at the embassy, and then we spoke to, it was streamed to all these places. So consulates. We were also at the Canadian consulate, where we thought about financial literacy. But you see, we are doing the push. We are writing letters to say, let us come and speak. People on the other hand, so I don't know if it can't be regulatory bodies, maybe the government, maybe there should be policy makers who would say, this financial education thing, it is serious. But you see, I have realized that when people have better knowledge, they can transfer some of the energy. You know, Nigerians could be quite passionate about faith, about entertainment. If you need people to rally to watch a YouTube video and to take it to 10 million streams or whatever in 1 week, it will happen. Can we transfer that energy also by collaborating actively, you know, between stakeholders who are up there and stakeholders like us who are here, just pushing? It's a lot of work, financial literacy, education in Nigeria. So that's what I would say. And I think individually as well, in our respective organizations and ecosystems, we must continue to preach this gospel of financial literacy, because at the end of the day, this is what will help people prosper. Ponzi schemes will come and go. Like, people will come and go, products will come and go. But you know that your stocks, my mom built her first house by selling her shares. I was at NGX with Dr. Gama, I think it was late last year, and I shared the story. Polygamous home. My father sold the house without telling anybody. It was the buyers that came to say, Ma, you have 6 weeks. She literally went to sell it. So these things happen. The future is there. If we don't let people realize the need to plan for it, we'll just be here, you know, talking about. Finally, clusters, cooperatives. We have a cooperative. Recently, I worked with an organization who works with market women. We organized a conference like this. Was it at a hotel? No, Landmark. Then the Yaloja, we went to meet her. We invited her. She brought so many market. We gave them a stage. She came first year. We acknowledged her. She came to the stage. She was charged. She rallied. By the second year, she rallied all of them. Products are entering into them one by one. So who did we target? The Yaloja. We would call for meetings. So it's a lot of work, and, you know, God help us. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. I'm been told that my time is running up, so we'll try as much as possible to keep the response very brief. So I will go to Ugodru. I told you to hold that thought, you know, when you talked about crypto and foreign stocks. You know, based on my research, you know, we tend to see that maybe the young people are risk averse. You know, and so a lot of time when you tell people to invest in the equities market, they will tell you they don't want to take risk. But these are the people who are investing in crypto. These are people who are investing in foreign stock. So as someone who closely monitors investor behavior, what do you think regulators and market operators may be getting wrong in how they design and position the local capital markets for this young digital savvy generation? And what can be done to drive more local market participation? And let me tie this to what you know, when you talked about stocks, I was expecting you to mention maybe like the MTN, the Nestle, the local one, but you are giving us Navida and Tesla. You know, so in the same way this young generation are looking at it, when it comes to local participation, a lot of them are shying away from it, but they are taking risk in things that are offshore. So what's your take on that? Thank you.
All right, thanks. I did mention United Capital though. So yeah, so very good point. One of the things that, for sake of time, let me just see if I can rush this. One of the themes that you see outside Nigeria when you compare it to here is how much, you know, fun and how much zest we associate with investing in local securities in Nigeria, right? So terms like, or companies like Facebook, Tesla, Microsoft, Nvidia, any of these companies that you're hearing, they all sound sexy, don't they? When you hear things like fangs, that's how they sound. I could remember 6-7 years ago, so me and my team, we sat down, we're trying to create something like a fangs. That's actually how we came up with Fugas. Everybody talks about Fugas now. Yeah, it was something we came up with. We've also come up with something like Swoot. Yeah, Swoot. Swoot, now, if you see a lot of Nairametrics articles, you see Swoot. Swoot basically stands for stocks worth over 1 trillion. Some people might know about that already. So we realized quickly that these guys create an industry around the market that the market feeds on, a buzz. So that's why I'm so happy to see people like Ola, people that are very savvy, that have left their plum jobs and are trying to create something. Because if you go to our YouTube channel, she's addressing a huge gap. People out there who want to see somebody like them, who is on YouTube, who is educating them, who sounds smart and talking about money and dedicating to it. So they like that. And you see that a lot. You see, if you watch a lot of programs on YouTube, you see serious people talking about stocks with a lot of passion and energy. That's how you attract people into the market. And in Nigeria today, a lot of people don't realize that the NGX is probably, I think it's up 16-70% year to date already. There are a lot of stocks that are doing very well, and most of them are even still cheap, right? And so that's why on my platform, that's what we do. So we constantly flog, Nigerian stocks, information around the market, trying to make it fun, attach a lot of data around it, create very interesting videos, because we realize that that's the only way you can make things happen. Then, just to end it, I think one thing that we also need to do that the guys that Ponzi schemes do very well is advertise their returns. I don't know why we're very shy to advertise our returns. Maybe because we don't think we are doing well. Because if you go to a typical Ponzi scheme, in fact, if you go to, I don't know if some of us know Fool.com. Fool.com is one of the best investment websites abroad, particularly in the US. So these guys, what they do is they advertise newsletter services and all that. Fool.com and some of all these other websites, you will see them returns 40% annually over the last 5 years. We've beaten the S&P by X amount over the last 2 years. If you had followed us when we recommended Microsoft, you would have made 1,000. There are a lot of us in Nigeria here who do that. I'm sure a lot of your portfolios do that well as well, but you don't advertise, so nobody knows. So you've not said that, look, if you've been investing in United Capital XYZ Trust over the last 8 years, this is where you would be by now. That's what people really want to hear. Nobody wants to hear, come on, invest in this mutual fund. They don't need the grammar. Somebody here just sent me now, I'm not going to mention his name, an investment, a corporate commercial paper that they are doing. All I just looked at is two things. I looked at the return, I looked at the rating, because I know that he's registered. I sent it to my community. They're already disturbing my phone. That's what I've been checking since. That's what people want to know. What's the return? Is it registered? People are saying they don't know one Ponzi. Oh yeah, is it registered? Yes. Does it have a credit rating? Yes. That's enough for them. So I think those sort of simplified ways of understanding investment is good, and let's make it really fun. We can be very boring in this industry. Too boring. A lot of these people just want things that are fun, nice, exciting to talk about. Make the talking about investment and stocks really fun. Have you heard these crypto guys talk about crypto? You think it's the best thing in this world, right? And so that's what I think we should be doing. Thank you.
Wow. So thank you very much for that. So we are a bit too conservative. That's what I hear. So we need to add some fun into it. And so we'll come to Ola. You are the fun person now that Godri has referred us to. There was a data from IFINA that I noted, which is very scary. 48.1% say, I do not have the kind of money that is required to invest. People have multiple jobs. Even though their incomes are not consistent, there's a lot of inflation around, rising costs. So people feel that investing is for the rich or for the wealthy. Even when people are earning money, you just feel that, the money I'm earning is to eat, is to survive, it's not for investing. So as someone who actively educates everyday Nigerians on personal finance and money management, how do you encourage people, especially those living paycheck to paycheck, to see micro-investing as possible and worthwhile? So what we want to hear today is what are the practical steps, tools, and then add some fun in terms of stories, that you can use to shift mindset, in order to encourage more people to start small but be consistent when it comes to investing.
So what I always start with is stories when I'm engaging people. But the interesting thing, I don't start with stories of people that had little money. I start with experiences with people that have money. For example, I had an engagement with a global company helping people that were about to retire that had done 20 to 30 years in the company. And one interesting story was a lady in the one-on-one session that I was engaged for. She said that once I retire, isn't my quality of life supposed to dwindle? That am I not supposed to be enjoying now, and then once I retire, I will just start managing, meaning the only thing I need to have, I just make sure I have a house and a roof over my head. Now, when you tell someone who does not have money that, it wakes the person up, because why would it? And if I tell you the name of the company, if you profile, you'll be like, are you joking? I'm like, yes. And there's another thing that I always do is I use this scenario of an apple. Like if you've been in any of my sessions anywhere, there's this famous apple story that I use. And it's about planting an apple. It gives time. We have an apple tree. You take the seed from that apple, you plant some more, you have an orchard. Now the question is, if you have a small apple, then you have a bigger apple, but you don't plant the seed, would you have the tree? No. So those are the kind of examples or scenarios that I use that makes people realize that, okay, in getting that tree, it's a tiny seed you need, not everything. So what seed do you have? Then the final deal breaker is when you tell people that you work between 20 and 60. The money you make between 20 and 60 is supposed to fund you post-retirement. When you tell people that, their mind is like, oh God. Yeah, because what's the plan? Like, are you depending on Gen Alpha? Like, is that really the plan? So somehow or the other, you need to put things away. And I think it's just making it relatable. I think that's the major thing, where they begin to talk to themselves. Where it's because their mindsets, they're people that just have belief that somehow, but just waking them up to the reality of, if you don't plant a seed, there's no expectation of a tree. What is the magic? So when you speak in a relatable manner, as against, you need to invest. You should invest for your future. And most young people are not thinking about their future. Like literally, you have to understand that. So those are the kind of things that I do in my sessions, that simple English, you would see people coming on their own to say, oh, I have wasted time. What do I do? Where do I start from? Then you begin to point them to the partners, and they take action. And they will come back saying, thank you. I did this, I'm so excited. Or someone gets dividend of 1,000 naira and they're calling you. And this is someone that has been working. It's not like 1,000 is not money to them, they can give it out. But just the fact that I did not do anything and 1,000 naira came into my pocket, I am motivated. It matters.
Wow. Thank you very much. Hope we are learning anything, or we are bored. I hope we are not bored. You are sounding like you are bored. All right, thank you very much. So we are rounding up. We have closing question, but before we go around to take our closing question, let me go back to Uche, on the SANEF story, which I think is a very critical collaborative structure for us at the capital market level. We've asked Abimbola to share, how NGS can collaborate, and he says he will discuss with you. So now, let's have that discussion in 2 minutes, to say, okay, is it possible that the capital market can actually collaborate with SANEF to drive, not just to drive investment products, as part of your product offering that you push through these agents? And how can that work? Thank you.
And the answer is yes, because if you recall, I talked about that we work with everybody. What makes SANEF stand out is the collaboration. So, of course, part of our success and initial stories when we started, we funded about 12 super agents, to empower them. That's what I was saying. We funded them with 500 million to be able to have the agents across the geopolitical zone. So that's collaboration. So it's not just only about the banks, because the banks couldn't do it alone, but they needed the support of the mobile money operators, super agents, to also have their footfall in these places. Likewise, we partnered, like I said, we partnered with a lot of developmental organizations, even other organizations, to drive a lot of initiatives, like the products you're talking about now. One of the, even for I mean, I've never, the financial literacy that we have, for agents and all, we don't have a capital market. It's not part of it. I remember a program where both of us were on the panel, and then the stock exchange, you were the one that moderated that. And that was where the conversation started about financial inclusion. Because when you talk about capital market, it's always for the HNIs. That's the feelers. But of course, if we start from the grass, if we start educating and imbibing that part of the products, why not? So it's something that we can do easily. We could have the meetings and all. And also another thing I want to say is not just about us, even for the banks. Today, when you talk about capital markets and the basic products, when you're talking about basic products of an account, we don't mention it. Why? So the collaboration also has to start from there. Today, I can see that children's investment funds, let's even start from there. Is it also part of the curriculum? When we're talking about the knowledge gap, awareness, let's start from there. Global Money Week, we were at, was it Riverbank School and all? There was nothing on investment market, to be honest. We went with banks, we went with even the mobile money operators, we went with them, but nobody is talking about that. So how about even that collaboration starting from there, from the top? Let's imbibe that. He also talked about when they went for the retirement for the military. Why can't we even start from where do they sit in Abuja? Go there and tell them that we have this. So when they're having their retirement parties or their retiring people, it's no-brainer. We imbibe that. Likewise, other organizations as well. So yes, collaboration, that's all we do. That's all we do in SANEF. We don't do it on our own. We collaborate with everybody so that the agents will also have that as part of their services. Of course, incentive is very, very important for them. And the knowledge, the awareness, what is in it for them? Why should I do that? Why should I save money? Because they're the biggest marketers when you come to the community. Because they're the community, they're part of the community, and it's what they tell them. So like the banks, there's also the competition amongst the banks when they're opening the bank account. It is that agent that will tell that mama, open this bank account, don't open this, and that woman will listen to them. They're traditional rulers, even in the mosque. These are the people that we work with. They are our partners. When I went to Kano, you have to speak their language. The first day because we normally have this agent forum, that was before COVID. So I got to Kano, dressed like this, and they said we're going to see the governor. So when I entered the hall, we have had a session. So they called me to speak. So I noticed that the upload, it was somehow. I said, okay, well, I didn't know what the issue was. So they told us we're going to see the governor. And one of the ladies now said, do you have any scarf with you? I said, yes. You have to cover your head. I said, oh, that's true. So I used it, show. The next day I was going to engage, a group of people, like community leaders, traditional market women and all. Immediately after that visit, to the governors, I went to Bayero Mall, that place. I went to buy my own, kaftan, everything, the shawl. The next day, even from the hotel, when I came down, you see the way they were addressing me. And when I entered, of course, I learned some languages, greetings, some basic things. And when I entered the hall, that was how I started. In fact, they even named the aura, the acceptance that they. So most times we have to speak their language. We have to come down to their level. Even when we're creating the awareness and the knowledge, we have to speak the language that they will understand. Are we advertising? How are we advertising? It's not just writing all these memos, you give me one form to fill. No. The form can also be turned into a comic, point them to areas, let it be interesting. So that's one of the things, what we preach, let it be interesting. Today we have an e-learning platform that we developed with CBN, where we train these agents. There's nothing on investment for. So when we were doing that, if all this, like we had started this discussion, it will be part of the curriculum. And it's still not late. We can also include that. And also convert them in different languages where they will understand as well. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So NGX and SANEF, by this time next year, we'd have signed the MOU. All right, thank you. So we are going to our closing remark. So I have a question, 1 to 5. Each of you will pick one. And so that will be your question. So let's start with you. Number 5. So what role should educators and content creators play to demystify investing and replace myths with confidence, and how can they do this at scale? So basically now you're speaking to the financial educators here and content creators, and their role in demystifying investment.
I think, everything about knowledge and how to transfer knowledge is very, very critical. And everybody knows something about money. So you must design a curriculum that has, your choice of language, and it must be systematic. Systematic in the sense that you're moving from A to B to C. So don't impact too much knowledge before it becomes overload. And with information, if I have too much, it can be misleading. So you can tell me, this is the syllabus we're going to cover in a month. We're talking about this today. If possible, we leverage on technology so that at the end of the day, people can do a follow-up. And one of the things we can also do is you get feedback. When I'm designing the curriculum, what we do from experience is we do a survey, pre the lecture and post, so that the next thing, you don't jump into the next thing, because you can see that your audience, they have something in mind. And for the influencers too, it's also, so today, federal government is doing federal government bonds that gives 16%, 17%, depending on the tenure. This is not in the public domain. Normally, I tell people, yes, you are concerned about risk. You don't want to lose your money. But I'm going to give you a bulletproof portfolio that you will not lose your money. So take your money, channel it into fixed income. Whatever is coming as coupon, channel it to equities. As far as they are concerned, it makes sense. And I'm telling them, your money is still guaranteed. Now, what you are putting into risk. Today, people see dividend as something that they must consume. I don't know who told them. You understand that once you take dividend, you cannot reinvest. And a lot of information on claim dividend. At times, if I'm talking to them, I will tell them the money you are looking for to invest is not in your pocket, is in unclaimed dividend. And by the time you share with them the SEC website, the next thing is people will start telling you. So if we inform, do the knowledge seeking in this form, and like I said, I have some people who will not want to listen to you. How do you still catch them is what I said the other time. I'm looking at the demography of the people that I'm talking to. If I see that they are in their 50s, I'll tell them, this message might not be for you if you don't want to listen to me, but do it for your grandchildren. Yeah. And if you also see again, some of these children, I ask them, sorry, I'll say this. There's a concept we call Owo Kuwomo. Owo Kuwomo is the seed capital, like I've just said, when we give children on their naming ceremony. I'll tell them, go back home and ask your parents, where is your own Owo Kuwomo? And if they've not given it to you, it is not too late. They can start now. And we also tell the children too, you can create wealth. Your annual birthday, you don't have to be asking for a gift. You can just list 10 people's name in your family from both sides and send them a text message. Uncle Tade, my birthday is in July. I am not expecting any gift from you, but a 10,000 unit of UBA shares. Thank you very much.
Wow. Thank you very much. So I hear simplicity. I hear the fact that we should avoid information overload and don't eat your seed capital. So thank you very much for that. So Shola, over to you. What number?
I'll do number 3.
Number 3. So what is the single most impactful step regulators can take to build public trust and protect small investors without stifling innovation?
Be in the public eye.
And we have Dr. Agama is always in the public eye.
Be in the public eye and simplify these things. He said it right there and there. Come up with social media content, TV content that are fun in nature. Listen, people are not investing, but they are buying Ashwebi. People are literally going to parties every Saturday. people have out of their discretionary income money to go to clubs, money to go to places because life already is tough. Anything too hard, too difficult to consume, they switch off. If you organize an event to say, you know what, oh, United Capital, we are doing beach something, people will come. I tell you, you will convert them. When you say come for webinar, come for seminars, there's an information overload. So let's be like what I said about what I saw on BA. I'm like, this safety thing is entering very well now, because the whole the way they shot it and everything. So, what single thing can they do? Make it fun and easy to. Let's leave all of these jargons, technical terms. Let's make it simple and easy to relate with. I think that will help.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So, what I hear is we need to simplify regulation. And I think that Dr. Agama spoke extensively to that. If not, he would probably not have been here. But I think it's just driving that message that regulation doesn't have to be stiff. It doesn't have to be conservative. Regulation can actually get to the grassroots. Thank you very much. So, Ugodrio, your question?
Okay, I'll go for number 1.
All right, so how can employers and businesses contribute to boosting financial knowledge and encouraging employees to save and invest confidently? So now we are looking at how can employers and businesses drive financial education for their employees.
Okay, that's an easy one. I think what a lot of employers need to do is, one, we do have all these our regular Friday, maybe last Friday of the month, team bonding. It's usually a good time for investment education early on. There's also a lot of organizations also have some form of team talk where once in a while, like learning sessions where you have people come and talk about, things around the business and all that. I think it's also important that we embed knowledge about investing in such sessions. Organizations should also encourage some form of collective schemes where they can all come together, pool money, and then invest. I mean, there are some businesses, organizations that do that very well. There's also share options, which is also another good way of helping investors, of course, invest better. Some organizations that are very deep-pocketed also even increase the amount of pension contribution that they have, statutory pension contributions that they do. So beyond the statutory amount, they can even increase that as well. Just as he mentioned as well, we can even gift investments as well to employees, just as a way to encourage investing. And then lastly, one thing that a lot of organizations do now, and I'm happy to hear that even the military has done that too, or is doing that too, is around every year you have people in an organization that are retiring. You have people that are probably clocking 5 years. You have people that are clocking 10 years of investment. So I think of working in those organizations. So I think sessions like that are very good ways or platforms for investment or investor education. And then lastly, please, encourage your mentees, your employees to subscribe to platforms that help improve their wealth. There are a lot of YouTube channels out there. We have one. I think Ola has one as well. There are very good investment newsletters as well. Some are sent by firms like yours. I think it's important that we also track the number of people that are opening those newsletters, engagements. You can also even get organizations to pay for some of those things for their employees. Now, these things all matter because that's how capital formation that's all part of how capital formation takes place within countries. So I kind of think these are some of the things that employers should do to encourage their employees to seek investments. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we'll move on to Uche.
Number 2. All right, so.
All right, so. All right, so. All right, so. All right, so. All right, so. All right, so. All right, so. All right, so. All right, so. All right, so. All right, so. All right, so. All right, so. All right, so. All right, so. All right, so. All right, so. All right, so. All right, so. All right, so. All right, so. All right, so. All right, so. All right, so. All right, so. All right, so. All right, so. All right, so. All right, so. All right, so. All right, so. All right, so. All right, so. All right, so. All right, so. All right, so. All right, so. All right, so. All right, so. All right, so. All right, so. All right, so. All right, so. All right, so. All right, so. All right, so. All right, so. All right, so. All right, so. All right, so. All right, so. All right, so. All right, so. All right, so. All right, so. All right, so. All right, so. All right, so. All right, so. All right, so. All So what is your one piece of advice for everyday Nigerians who feel investing is out of reach? And what should they do today to start their journey towards building wealth?
My advice will be think positively. That's not out of reach. Don't copy what others do. Do what is right. And at least at the end of the day, you will see the benefit. That's what I'll tell everyday Nigerian. What's the second one? Yeah, that's it. Just invest. Invest, invest, invest.
All right, thank you. So think positively, invest. And then the last question. So that will go to you. So what should asset managers do differently to make investment product more accessible, understandable, and appealing to everyday Nigerians? So that's not an easy question like Ugodri.
When retail people open stockbroking accounts, you send research please let that research be in simple English. Yes, we are begging you people. We are begging you. The number of, what does this mean that I get? It's a lot. So you can send that kind of report to a pension fund or an asset manager or, corporate clients, professional clients. But when you are sending to someone who's just trying to be great in life, you are giving the person headache. Even the stock recommendation list, you see TP, that's supposed to be target price. By the time you see all those, what is all this? So that is a simple thing. And because I tell people that most stockbrokers send stock recommendations every week. They say, no, they don't. I said, no, go and check. They do. But that's the kind of thing. So in our communication, there needs to be a conscious effort to actually communicate, not just speak. Because the essence of communication is that what I was trying to say to you was what you heard. So even if I'm telling you your solution, but you didn't hear it, I did not communicate. So that communication, maybe it's copywriting, maybe it's training the research people, because there's a research speak. They're also trained in it, actually. So maybe after you teach them that, then the next level is to now teach them copywriting or any of those writing skills, soft writing skills that makes it relatable. That is one gap that I think every asset manager can fill, that everybody will be happy. The next one also is around the returns, and I think there's some regulatory constraints around that. Maybe there needs to be some engagement. How do we really... Because what attracts people is I put 1 naira, I got 2 naira. Fundamentally, that's what they want to hear. How much am I expecting? Not even in percentage. You'll be shocked the number of people that percentage spooks, like it just throws them off. You put 1 naira, in 6 months' time, you get 1 naira, 20 kobo. That kind of simplicity. And then, not just in terms of what to expect, but what you've also done. Because that's what testimonial really is. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Ugodri wants to add something to that.
That I think is important that we also do, and I think maybe some of the guys covering this will do that very well. I think what is very important that we must also do, because there's been a whole lot that we've done here today. I mean, I do this a lot, but this has been very, very enriching. And so that it doesn't get lost within the audience here, please don't upload this entire video on YouTube because nobody will watch it. Yeah. Just look for the bite size. There are several things that we've said here, nuggets that are very important, like some of the things Sec DG said, some of the things the MD said, some of the things that she said, I said. Those are some of the things that people, just 1 minute, 2 minutes is enough information. Then you can always send them back to the video. But if you put the entire thing, nobody's going to watch it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you so much. Please, can you tell me that you enjoyed this session? So thank you very much to our esteemed panelists. We really appreciate you, your presence and giving us the insight and your time. Thank you once again.
Let's put our hands together for that amazing panel. Please stay on the stage. Don't run away so fast, please. We need to take some pictures. Let's put our hands together for them. Advancing financial inclusion through investments, bridging Nigeria's knowledge and wealth gap, and also well done to our very able moderator. Yeah, I think this is pretty balanced. I like it. Amazing. Thank you once again to our panelists and our moderator. Oh, one more. We have to make sure we get our pictures. Yeah, let's maybe switch up the order. Maybe, yeah, Shola, why don't you go in the middle? Okay. This is nice. All right, great, fantastic. Thanks. Let's put our hands together for them one more time. I know we're hungry, but let's clap for them. A little better than that. So we have 2 more agenda items, and then we will call it a day. Please join me in welcoming Olutoyin Ayoade, the MD CEO of MBC Securities, representing the president of the Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers in Nigeria, Mr. Aderopo Dada. Let's put our hands together for him. He will give us a very short Goodwill message, and then we will invite Mr. Sunny Anene, who is the Deputy Group CEO of United Capital, for the closing remarks. So you may come up to the stage, sir. Let's put our hands together for him, please.
Yeah, it's not so bad. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Olutoyin Ayoade. I'm a council member of the Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. I'm here to represent the president, who is unavoidably absent today. I'll just go straight into the Goodwill message. All protocols duly observed. It is with great pleasure and a deep sense of responsibility that I stand before you today at this highly strategic gathering convened by United Capital Asset Management. I bring you warm greetings from the entire Governing Council and membership of the Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. By the provisions of Act 102 of 1992, Laws of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, CIS is responsible for determining the skills, expertise, and knowledge required to be a securities professional in Nigeria. Let me begin by heartily acknowledging and commending the recent strategic expansion of United Capital Asset Management into other African countries, particularly the establishment of United Capital Asset Management in Abidjan. This bold move which positions the organization as the first Nigerian capital market operator across the Waimo region, is a great one. I also want to commend the organization for the aptness of today's theme, advancing financial inclusion through investments, bridging Nigeria's knowledge and wealth gap. This topic goes to the very heart of national development and economic democratization. Financial inclusion is not just a policy objective, it is a powerful instrument of socio-economic empowerment, poverty reduction, and sustainable wealth creation. I will not forget to emphasize that the Group Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Peter Shade, is one of the distinguished pillars of the Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers, having consistently demonstrated exemplary leadership, unwavering dedication, and a deep commitment to the growth and development of the Institute and the Nigerian capital markets. His contributions have left an enduring legacy that continue to inspire professionals within the industry. The state of financial inclusion in Nigeria, despite various laudable efforts by stakeholders in the financial services ecosystem, significant segments of the Nigerian population, especially those in rural areas and within informal sectors, remain excluded from access to financial products and services that can meaningfully improve their quality of life. This exclusion perpetuates income inequality, slow economic growth, and restricts capital formation. But to build a financially inclusive Nigeria, we must go beyond traditional banking to include access to capital markets, investment education, and opportunities for retail participation in wealth-generating instruments. This is where the role of the Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria becomes pivotal. The Institute's role in financial inclusion. As a foremost player in Nigeria's financial services sector, the Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers is committed to bridging both the knowledge and wealth gaps through the following strategic initiatives: investment education and public enlightenment, collaborative partnerships with regulators, including the Securities and Exchange Commission and the NGX, professional development and capacity building, promotion of digital finance and fintech integration, bridging the knowledge and wealth gap, a shared mandate. The knowledge gap is often the precursor to the wealth gap. At the Institute, we believe that if people are empowered with the right financial knowledge, they will be better positioned to make informed decisions, avoid scams, and grow their personal and family wealth. Financial literacy, therefore, must be treated as a national development imperative. It is for this reason that we continue to push for the inclusion of capital market education in Nigeria's school curricula, right from secondary schools to tertiary institutions. In conclusion, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we cannot achieve financial inclusion and national prosperity in silos. It will take the collective effort. Financial institutions, regulators, educators, policymakers, and professional bodies working in unison to create an environment where every Nigerian has the opportunity to participate in and benefit from the investment economy. I encourage all present here today to actively explore innovative avenues for deepening collaboration, expanding our collective outreach, and making bold strategic investment initiatives that truly democratize access to financial services. On behalf of the Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria, I reaffirm our unwavering commitment to building a financially inclusive Nigeria where prosperity is not a privilege for a few, but a shared promise for all. Thank you all, and God bless. Olurapo Dada, FCS, 13th President and Chairman of Council of the Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, sir, for that wonderful Goodwill message. We do appreciate the Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers in Nigeria. So finally, I would like to welcome Mr. Sunny Anene, who is the Deputy Group CEO of United Capital, to give the closing remarks. Let's put our hands together for him, please. I'd also like to let you know that there are light snacks and drinks that will be provided after this event. Let's keep the claps going and encourage him as he makes his way to the stage.
Yeah, good. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope we're not so tired. Did you all enjoy the panel session? Yeah, for me it was very enlightening. Let me just give an analogy what happened there, so we understand how important it is. I just came back from training from one of the Ivy League universities, and we did an exercise at the beginning of the session. It was shocking that the good number of us who were in that program don't even know what was discussed today in this place. Many of us were top executives, but they don't understand personal finance, and we're in retirement. Everybody needs it, actually, but they were not even ready for it. But that program opened their eyes to it. So what we've gotten today is of high value. So my job is simple, and that is to say thank you for coming. So I'll talk from my script. So the distinguished guests, partners, regulators, and esteemed colleagues, good afternoon. It has been an inspiring and thought-provoking day, full of insight and actionable steps. So on behalf of United Capital Group and by the asset management team, I want to thank you for joining us today in United Capital Asset Management Investment Forum. This forum is part of our bigger mission to close the knowledge gap, unlock access, and empower everyday Nigerians to make smarter money decisions. This mission resonates deeply with us in United Capital, and it is one we are proud and happy to lead. Last year, our conversations were centered on driving participation in collective investment scheme. And since then, we have seen promising signs of growth in our retail engagement. This year, our theme, advising financial inclusion through investment, couldn't be more timely. Across Nigeria, we're going to see a growing divide between those who have the means to grow wealth and those who remain on the sidelines, not because of lack of potential, but due to lack of access to clarity and trust. Today, we have taken the conversation further, exploring the shared responsibility we all have in helping Nigerians make better and more informed financial decisions. And we all know that this is not the work of one institution alone. It's a collective task. Regulators who shape enabling policies, fund managers who build inclusive, relevant products and break down complex walls, the media and financial voices who speak the language of the people and amplify these conversations at scale. Now is the time to get to work. I would like to especially thank the DG of the Securities and Exchange Commission for not just coming today, but for the continued commitment the Commission has shown in inclusive market development. Your presence here underscores the importance of public-private collaboration in shaping the future of investing in Nigeria. To all our speakers, moderators, and guests, thank you. Your insight, experience, and candor added richness and depth to the conversation. And to our clients, partners, and investing public, thank you for your trust. It is your aspiration and dreams that drive us to do better and to do more. As we close, let me say this. Today's forum may be ending, but our work is far from done. We live here reminded of the role we each must play in reshaping Nigerian investment culture and in making wealth creation something everyone can aspire to and achieve. Thank you again for being part of this journey with us. We look forward to hosting you in the next edition. Until the next edition, let's keep investing. Investing not just in markets, but in people, in purpose, and in progress. Thank you, everyone. Bye, and God bless.
Thank you so very much for those very warm and fitting closing remarks. Let's put our hands together for him one last time. Mr. Sunny Anene, who's the Deputy Group CEO of United Capital Group. So we have come to the end of today. I'd like to thank everyone who spoke, who contributed, and simply showed up to learn. Thank you very much. I hope that you feel inspired, you have new questions, new answers, and perhaps new ambitions. We do invite you to join us for light refreshments and networking just outside this ballroom. Once again, I'm Lele Balde, and it's been a true pleasure serving as your host. Let's keep building an investment culture that works for everyone. Thank you, and see you soon.